Did anyone stay up past midnight last night? Anyone stay up past 2 o'clock in the morning last night? Why? That's the question. Why did you do that? Chemistry. Like chemistry, the actual school subject, or chemistry like? No. Just checking. I saw a hand over here. Why were you up till 7 a.m. this morning? Yeah. You're probably sleeping now. You don't even realize it. You're walking asleep. Yeah. I saw a hand back there. You were up till about 2 o'clock. What was going on? Just hanging out? That's fair. We're having a good time. So a few things. Today will be a little different from yesterday. Yes, we're going to have fun. Yes, we're going to pour into you all. Yes, we're going to make this a wonderful experience for you all. But there will be some workshops today. So you'll get an opportunity to pick up some skills today. You'll be able to learn some things. You're going to hear from some professionals. People are going to help you do what we need to do. Yesterday, we talked about wanting to make a bigger impact in our community, and whether that's around helping people who are currently dealing with substance abuse issues, or even preventing substance abuse from even affecting people who haven't been affected by it, right? So we're going to go into workshops today, give you all an opportunity. There'll be three different workshops. You'll get an opportunity to pick up some skills around those areas so we can make sure that we're all being the superheroes that we know we can be. Now, we're going to get started in just a few moments. But in the meantime, we have a flag here. We have a beautiful flag where people have been coming up and signing. So if you get a moment throughout the day, just feel free to come up here and sign it. You can put your name on here. I think that's what everyone's doing. They're writing their names, maybe some social media handles or something like that. But please feel free to come by here and check this out if you haven't already. Now, another piece of housekeeping. If you're at a table that is not full, we want to fill up our tables today. So if you're about 2 or 3 people at a table, we have some spaces over here. We just want to kind of fill up the room fill up the tables because we have these activities, some team-based activities, and I don't want you to be at a disadvantage because you only have 2 people at your table or 3 people at your table, and some tables are full, like 6 or 7 people. All right. Yes. All right. And we also have an opportunity to hear from one of the most orange people here. All right. Round of applause. I should have did it. If you all yeah, right. We're not going to say the old.
I'm going to speak in this because my voice from chanting last night's about got me. Just a couple more housekeeping things I want to hit on. Pool is open till 10 o'clock, so if you're in the pool, you're good there till 10. After 10, just start making your way back to your rooms. Let's not be running around in the hallways. Let's not be too crazy. Lights out. You need to be in your room by 11 unless your leaders have told you something else. Whatever they say trumps me. Unless it's later than 11, you should be in your rooms by 11. We still have plenty of buttons outside. So there's several buttons. Everybody should have like a straight out of whatever county you're from, so feel free to get that. And then just feel free to get whatever else like you identify with or connect with, just a way for us all to continue to come together and meet people. It's a good talking point. So is everybody having a good time so far? Awesome. Well, we're excited y'all have y'all here. We're ready for a good second day. And if anybody has any questions, come find me, and I'm going to turn it back over to these folks. So appreciate y'all.
Thank you, Luke.
All right, Luke is one of the superheroes that made this possible, so all the fun you're having, you really have to attribute that to Luke and his amazing staff. Another round of applause for Luke and the staff, please. All right, so let's get into a little competition. I know you all are competitive, so we're gonna feed into that right now. If you notice, on your table, there are 2 dice. Does everyone see the 2 dice on their table? You see the 2 dice on your table? Yeah. Great. We want to put those 2 dice in the center of the table. And everything else that's on the center of the table, maybe you want to kind of push it to the side or put it into an empty seat.
And if you will, you can take the paper. All right, so you have the 2 dice at the center of the table. You need 2 other things on your table. You need a writing utensil. We need 1 writing utensil. Let's put that 1 writing utensil in the center of the table. That is the only one we'll be using for this competition. And then lastly, you will all need something to write on. So I put some slips of paper on your on your table. You can split those papers in 4s or 2s because everyone needs a slip of paper to write on. So you can kind of tear it in half, or you can also look into your journal, these wonderful journals that have pages on there. You can use those pages as well. Now, if there are any cups with beverages in them, you want to take those off of the table because it will get a little rowdy. It will get a little rowdy. Yeah, you can set it on another table. Yeah, maybe don't put it on the floor. Put it on. I mean, if you want to, you can put it on the floor. I'm just, you know, you're on your own. You're on your own if it spills.
You want me to put it on that table?
All right, so you should have 3 things on your table. You should have 2 dice, 1 pen, and a slip of paper for you to write on. All right. I can see your eager eyes. You all are ready to compete. I love it. I love it. So here's how this works. The goal is for you to write the numbers 1 through 75 on your paper. Not 1 and then the word through and then 75, but every individual number between 1 and 75 on your slip of paper. Now don't start writing yet. Do not start writing yet. There should only be 1 writing utensil, so put 1 in the center of the table. You put the rest away. Just 1 writing utensil. Put 1 in the center of the table, and you put the rest of the writing utensils away. All right. Some of you are starting to figure out there is a little bit of a conundrum here, because how can we all write 1 through 75 if there's only 1 piece of writing utensil on our table? Here's how it works. You will roll the dice. When you roll doubles, the person who rolls a double can grab the pen and start writing 1 through 75 on their sheet of paper. Now, we want to acknowledge the greatness in here. We want to hear your greatness. We want to celebrate your successes today and going forward. So, as you're writing on your paper, I need you to say those numbers out loud. 1, 2, 3, and keep going on. If you choose not to celebrate your successes, we were giving the people at your table permission to take that pen from you and put it back at the center of the table. So you have to make sure you're calling them out. Also, you can only write when you roll doubles. So let's see, what does doubles look like? If you roll snake eyes, right? If you roll a 1 and a 1, are those doubles? If you roll a 1 and a 2, are those doubles? If you roll a 2 and a 4, are those doubles? If you roll a 5 and a 5, are those doubles? Excellent, right? So when you roll doubles, you get to grab that pen and start writing on your sheet of paper. Only 1 person can write at a time. The goal is to get through 75. The first one to get to 75 at your table is the one who wins. Now, of course, we need to find out who goes first. We need to find out who goes first. So we know how this works. Everyone raise your right hand. Everyone raise your right hand, raise your right hand, raise your right hand, raise your right hand. All right, everyone, high in the sky, put that hand high in the sky, high in the sky, high in the sky, high in the sky. The first one who grabs the dice goes. Okay, there we go. Now you start rolling. Yes, yes. Right. So sorry. 1 moment, please, before you start. My apologies. Some clarification. When 1 person is writing, let's say we're here at this table, Derek starts writing, and then it goes around, and some person rolls, they don't roll a double, the next person doesn't roll a double, then Adrian rolls a double. What Adrian has to do is when Adrian rolls that double, Adrian has to grab that pen from Derek and start writing on his slip on his sheet of paper. All right, now, I don't want you all to turn this into a Royal Rumble, so if you see someone roll a doubles, just kindly, allow them to grab the pen from you. You don't have to give it to them, but when they reach for the pen, allow them to take the pen. All right, we don't want to tug a war over the pens. Another rule, because you all are very competitive, after you roll doubles, you cannot roll the dice off the table to make it harder for someone else to start rolling after you, right? So once you're done rolling doubles, put the dice back at the table so that the next person can then start rolling and trying to get those doubles. Are there any other questions? Any other questions? So you all follow? There'll be one writing utensil. Everyone has their own slip of paper. There's 2 dice at the center of the table. I believe people have already grabbed that dice. So we all ready? All right, let's get this party started. Start rolling, start rolling. Oh, we gotta hear you, we gotta hear you. We don't hear you, we don't hear you. You gotta say it loud, you gotta
What did you scream about? I don't remember.
So I believe we're still waiting on one, maybe two tables. Please stand up. If you want at your table, please stand up. Please stand up. Please stand up. Please stand up. All right, let's give our winners a round of applause. Now, roll to win is about luck. It's about when that luck meets your preparation, and then you get an opportunity to write those numbers down. So let's give another round of applause to our winners. Another round of applause to our winners. Now, there's a special group. You all can take a seat now. You can take a seat. There's a special group of people we also want to recognize. Not you. Not you. If you never rolled a double, raise your hand. If you never got to write on your paper, raise your hand. Is there anyone in here that never got to write on their paper? No. Wow.
Lucky duck.
All right, lucky ducks, lucky ducks. All right, well, give yourselves another round of applause. Good job, good job, good job, good job. So look, I like how you all are rolling with the flow. We're gonna keep rolling with the flow as well. Now we wanna hear from you all. We heard you all yelling at your table. We heard you having a really good time, but you all are the leaders of tomorrow, and we need to hear your opinions. We feel like we got your blood rolling now, you got your energy up, you had your coffee, maybe you had your tea, you had some orange juice, you had some dice games to play. Now, I wanna hear from you all. Now, there are 4 corners in this room. There's agree, there's disagree, there's strongly agree, and there's strongly disagree. Agree, disagree, strongly disagree. I'm going to make a statement, and I want you to stand up in the corner that best aligns with how you feel about that statement. Yes?
Front of the room is
Agree, disagree, strongly disagree. All
Yeah,
right?
more like walls.
Yeah, they're walls, not really the corners. Agree, disagree, strongly disagree. Okay? So like if you strongly disagree, you'll be at the exit, the open door. If you strongly agree, you'll be by the sound guys. If you agree, you'll be at the stage. If you disagree, you'll be at the back of the room. And we'll walk you through it for every statement. We'll walk you through it for every statement. But I'm going to make a statement, and I just want you to line up with how you feel about the statement. All right? The first statement, we'll make it a little easy. The first statement is, using alcohol or drugs at a young age increases the risk of addiction later in life. Using alcohol or drugs at a young age increases the risk of addiction later in life. Agree here at the front of the stage, disagree there at the back of the room, strongly agree by our sound guys, strongly disagree by Luke. Agree, strongly disagree, strongly disagree. So this is the strongly agree blob over here. Great, this is the agreed group over here. We have no one that disagree or no one that strongly disagree, which is excellent because this is why we are here today. So here's what I need you all to do. In your groups, you're gonna have a few moments, have a discussion. Why did you pick this place to stand? Why did you take this stance? So have a quick moment, have a discussion. Why did you stand there? And then after about 30 or 45 seconds, we'll give you all an opportunity, some people from each group, to share why they picked where they're standing. And then you'll give each other a round of applause and I'll go on with the next statement. All right? So 45 seconds starts about now. So we are going to start with the majority. We're going to start with the majority. I want to hear from a few people. Why do you all strongly agree with this statement that using alcohol or drugs early in life increases the risk of addiction later in life? Now we have Courtney over here. She's stateside with you all, the strongly agree side. She's going to hear from a few people. So who would like to go first?
Wow, so many eager volunteers this morning. Alina. Hello, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I think I picked strongly agree because when you start at a young age, you have more time to develop a habit, and it's also a lot easier to get used to something, so that can lead to addiction.
All right, anyone else would strongly agree? Anyone have a different answer, a different explanation for why they stood and strongly agree?
Miles.
All right, Miles.
Okay, so I was thinking, usually when you're using any really substance at a young age, you're not taught how to use properly, and so you go all in, kind of. You don't have any advice, and you don't know what you're doing, and that can lead to really, really unhealthy habits. And usually you're using for a reason that's not very healthy to help yourself emotionally, and you learn to cope in not very good ways. So.
For the lack of guidance there. We're not really getting to the root. We'll discuss the root causes for why people make some of these choices. So thank you for bringing that up, Miles. We'll discuss some of that a little later. Anyone else who strongly agree? Anyone else who strongly agree? All right, well, look, we respect your opinions. Now we're going to come on to this side where we have just 4 people at the agree side. Who would like to share? Why did you pick this?
I picked this because I know people that like do it, but like they don't do it like on a daily, and it's not like something you could do every day and just do it with your life. But yeah.
All right.
I chose this because because sometimes people go off of like their surroundings. So like if they see somebody else do it, they might want to try it, but I don't think they'll get addicted just by trying it at one time.
I feel like they have time to get addicted, but like they can't get full in because like they don't have the financialness to but they are able to be victims of the vulnerability of not knowing.
They said, I know people who like do it, like fully addicted, like they don't do it like every single day.
All right. Give them a round of applause, round of applause. Now look, yesterday we did quick count, and with quick count, we said that, quick count, right? It's a quick count. Yesterday with quick count, we said that you have to bring yourself to this, right? We have to be real. So I appreciate you all for being real and saying, hey, look, I'm seeing some things going on in my community with my peers or people around me, and here's why I feel this way about this particular answer. There is no right or wrong. Oh, actually, there is a wrong. It's wrong if you're faking it. And you all, I can tell this morning, you're not faking it, so I really commend you all for being real and being honest so we can have honest conversations. So give yourselves a round of applause. Good job, good job, good job. All right, so our next statement. All right, here we are. This is a little more controversial, so brace yourselves, brace yourselves. The statement is, legalizing marijuana for recreational use would reduce underage drug use. Legalizing marijuana would reduce underage drug use. Agree? Disagree? Strongly agree? Strongly disagree. So we're saying like if we made weed legal, that people won't do it as much if they're underage. So underage people will not smoke weed or ingest it or eat it if it were legal. Agree? Strongly disagree, and disagree right there in the battle. It's okay. Look, if you're the only person standing on your side, that's perfectly fine. Agree, strongly agree, disagree, strongly disagree. If you don't think it'll affect it, then you probably disagree or strongly disagree.
They do stuff just to do it because it's not supposed to be done.
All right, so we have some people there that disagree. We have a blob here that strongly disagree, and we have some people here that agree. So now, if you would, just like we did last time, give yourselves about 45 seconds. Let's have a conversation about why you took this particular stance, and then we'll hear from you all shortly thereafter.
That's like really good statement of you're just not supposed to do it, so it's like it's about making people want to do it.
Right. And my question is,
they have accessibility.
I don't get that a positive thing, it's a negative thing.
What are they really?
Why?
Because it's illegal doesn't mean more and more. What's your thought?
Right.
This is going to be like more people getting
And are they going to use it normally stay with that one thing?
No, we're just going to like
Who does it really benefit? Who does it benefit?
let's say precincts to like 95, the first time they'll be like, oh, okay, you get 4 cents because of color. Like, things like that, I think, like 6 beers, let's say, to get him drunk.
All right. So you all have made your stances. You taking your stances. The statement was legalizing marijuana for recreational use would reduce underage drug use. We have agree, disagree, and a lot of people that strongly disagree. We are going to start with the majority. You all felt like, hey, I disagree with the statement that making marijuana legal would reduce the amount of underage drug use. Now we want to hear why. Why did you take that stance? In court, you're right there stateside. Let us know what you got.
Alan? Absolutely.
Okay. Alan, you're not shy. You're orange. I heard you.
So we said that it would give them even more access than it not be like it's illegal. You have access, not that much. But if you make it legal, then you're going to have way more access to it. You're going to be able to get a hold of it, and it's going to be more not really secretive. It's going to be more prominent. More. Yeah.
It'll be more out in the open.
Yeah.
Right. Understood. So anyone else there from strongly disagree?
Prayer from Jackie.
Well, the reason I picked strongly agree is because adults, they'll get that, and then their kids will have accessibility because most of the time they're going to be stoned, and then they're just gonna leave it around, and their children they'll be curious because most of the time teenagers and children are curious, and then also then seeing their guardian or the person they look up to, their role model doing it, they'll feel motivated to try it, and also because their role model is doing it.
Yeah. All right. Good job. Anyone else who strongly disagree? Anyone else who strongly disagree? All right, really good statement. Say a round of applause. Good job. All right, now Courtney is making a trek way to the back there. We have some people who don't strongly disagree with the statement, but they disagree with the statement. Let's hear what they have to say.
I disagree because, in my opinion, it's their choices they do it. It's either you don't want it or you do want it. It's not something that the world can, yeah.
All right, it's personal choice. You have personal choice here. All right.
I personally feel like if you're responsible and you do your research behind it and see what can happen, it should be up to you.
Okay, so if you do your research, it should be up to you.
Yeah.
So we shouldn't think that making it legal means that everyone who is underage will then start to use it because people who are underage will still make their own choices based on research.
You're gonna listen to what everybody says, but you're gonna, at the end of the day, you're gonna do what you need.
Okay, all right, so a lot of personal choice there. I like it. Anyone else who disagree that says something different from personal choice? All right, let's give them a round of applause. Good job. All right, now here we are at agree. So you all agree with the statement, making marijuana legal would help fight underage drug use. And why do you all feel that way?
Okay, I feel like it would because people who do it are mostly young and teenagers, and when you think about it, they're only mostly doing it to be cool and popular. And so if it becomes legal, they're like, oh wait, that's no longer cool because everyone can do it. So it will now will probably be used for scientific purposes and for training in dogs and stuff like that.
Let me preface real quick by saying, since it's a controversial thing, I don't disagree with any of you. I actually like all the points you guys made. I thought it was valid, hence why I started at disagree or strongly, and I kind of end up over here, right? So, kind of a personal experience, not really personal, but a little story. I knew this girl for it's 2018, almost half my life, and so I'd seen her character development and everything, and I haven't seen her in a year and a half, right? Well, I saw her a few months ago, and I was like, hey, what's good? And she was telling me how she's on medicinal marijuana now. Mind you, she's 17, by the way. And I was like, oh. And just think about like, I don't mean any hate to her, but she had a lot of issues, I'll put it like that. But she was like heavily leaning towards drugs. So even though I don't agree with the marijuana like myself, I'm glad she didn't like fall down that path and she kind of has something else to focus on. And she's gotten better, but like she's still a little out there. That's my reasoning.
Okay, all right, round of applause. Good job, good job, good job.
All right, I appreciate y'all for being real. I really appreciate y'all for being real. Here is the next statement. Y'all are seeming to get the hang of this. So let's up the ante a little bit, make it a little more controversial. Here's a statement. Drug testing should be mandatory for all high school students. Oh, okay. Drug testing should be mandatory for all high school students. Agree? Disagree? Strongly agree? Strongly disagree? Agree? Strongly agree? Disagree? Strongly disagree? Drug testing should be mandatory for all high school students. Mandatory drug testing. You want to play sports? Drug test. You want your report card? Drug test. You want to go to the prom? Drug test. You see what I'm saying? Agree, strongly agree, disagree, strongly disagree. All right, so I believe everyone has made their choice. There's no right or wrong here. We just want to hear from you all. So here we go. 45 seconds, let's have a discussion. Why did you all choose the stance that you chose? All right, here we go. 45 seconds starts now. Agree, strongly disagree, strongly disagree.
That's... What's the current question? Should all students be required to do mandatory drug tests? They didn't word it like that, but I did because, you know. What is this on? Strongly disagree. And I do strongly disagree. Do you agree? No. What do you disagree?
Drug testing. Every student
Yeah.
has their own background, their own story.
Well, yeah. And like,
You shouldn't be drug tested to learn.
yeah.
All right.
Because learning's
Give
mandatory.
you another 15 seconds. I want to hear from your
So how are you going to do
group. I
that
want
to
to
your
hear why
citizens?
you all took the stance that you took.
Oh, is that on? Oh my god. I was on the camera. Wait, is that...
All right. Give yourselves a round of applause. Good job, good job, good job. This is the first time that we have people at all four corners, so I'm really, really excited about this. Not that there always has to be someone at all four corners, but we'll get to hear a more wide variety of responses. So first, we're going to start with the majority. The majority seems to be here at agree. So let's hear from you all. Why do you all agree with the statement that drug testing should be mandatory for all high school students? Anyone?
All right, so Maddie.
Okay, my personal reasoning of why it should be mandatory, like, because you don't know what people are doing at home. Like, I could show up to school and be like, happy-go-lucky, you know, I'm a good kid, I don't do anything bad in school. And then go home, have weed under my bed, smoke that crap. Yep. Smoke that crap.
So I also think that if you're getting consequences for like the results, then maybe that'll push kids to stop. Like if there's fun activities going on and like if you're using drugs, like you can't go to those, like maybe that would push kids to stop.
Okay, so I also thought that the school can realize about if the drug test comes back positive, they can realize, oh, well, I'm not sure if this person would fit in well with the event that's going on because I do not know if they're going to push other people to do it. And it'll help a lot with knowing how much responsibility the school can give that student. And just understanding their behavior.
Anyone else? Thank you. Round of applause for a Greek. Round of applause, round of applause, round of applause. Now, another large group we have here is the strongly disagree crowd. Let's hear from the strongly disagree crowd. Why do you all strongly disagree with the statement that drug testing should be mandatory for all high school students?
Hey, all right, I don't think it should be mandatory because, okay, imagine you're testing every single kid that comes in and out of school. You're gonna cause more of, like, parental trust in a sense. Like, I feel like your parents and, like, the doctors, like, that should be only for specific reasons. And imagine you're taking drugs for, like, medical things and stuff like that. Okay, then it's okay. Obviously, you shouldn't do drugs. But then also, if you're taking drugs and it's not on school grounds and stuff like that, okay, like, whatever, like, it's not good, but, yeah. And then imagine drugs, well, the types of drugs that you're doing, they're not legal, then you're gonna have to charge every single kid that's coming in there taking drugs underage, you know? So then that's gonna be a spike in court systems, like, yeah, it's gonna be a lot.
Okay, so it sounds like the amount of resources that will be expended is an issue, and then also you're kind of stepping into the domain of the parenting because these are things that aren't happening at school, so it really shouldn't be a school issue. All right, good, good. All right, anyone else who strongly disagree? Anyone else?
Nobody else wanted?
I strongly disagree because you can get like anything put on you, lace, like anybody can give it weed to you and you don't even know. And it couldn't be like based on like, yeah.
Okay, right, because there are cases of people who are accidentally ingesting drugs because they're putting in brownies and you're eating these brownies, you have no idea, and things like that. Okay, all right. Anyone else?
It was good. So like, I think it was kind of like what Nick was saying, right? So like back home, we have this thing called like teen court. It's like exactly what it sounds like. People from high schools court other people from high schools. There was this one court case where it was this teen, I think he was like he was like 11th grader. He was found with weed at school. So he was sent to like the teen court, he's suspended and all that. But the thing you have to know is, even after you give them like an essay, like community service, it don't matter the punishment. They're gonna go back to doing that, and like, you can't really help them unless like you know what you're doing. You can't just give them a drug test and expect them to stop doing it, right? Not even just that, like what Nick was saying as well, is like if you're on prescription drugs and you get found with that and they don't know you're on it, they're gonna have a condition, bro. Like, they don't know you could be on like meds for ADHD, and then they're like, okay, like send you to court. Like, they don't know that stuff.
Okay, right. So even though you can explain later on, hey, I'm on prescription, you'll still be in court, you'll still be caught up in the system, and then it also sounds like you're saying we're really addressing the effect, and we're not really addressing the cause by just drug testing. Okay, understood. Anyone else strongly disagree?
I feel like it shouldn't be like everyone's business because like once you get drug tested and a whole lot of other people get drug tested, it's gonna make it known that you like got drug tested and can't come to school. And I also feel like it can be for personal reasons and like people might be dealing with stuff at home, but that doesn't give you a reason to do drugs, but like you might have to.
Okay, all right, so there may be some reasons that we just don't understand. All right, anyone else who strongly disagree? Look, well, I appreciate all your honor.
One more.
Oh, one more? All right.
I feel like if your parents allow you to do it, school shouldn't have much as a say so into what you do at home, because as long as it's not on school grounds, I think you should just come to school to learn.
Okay. You should just come to school to learn. If parents are allowing it, then it is what it is, right? All right, good job. Let's get strongly disagree around the applause. Good job, good job, good job, good job. I really appreciate that you all are sharing because we can't help you all if we don't know what you're dealing with. So having these conversations allows us to understand the different perspectives and we can see things from other people's shoes because sometimes we have to walk a mile in other people's shoes to understand what's really going on. All right, so thank you all. Now we're going back to disagree, and I believe someone already has a microphone in their hand. She's buttoned down. I also like the button lanyard she has there also, all the buttons. Just a quick reminder to go grab some buttons if you don't have enough buttons already. All right, here we go.
I disagree because there's certain
circumstances where I do believe testing should be mandatory, like when it comes to sports. I'm not saying test for everything, but steroids, and because it can become unsafe for the players. But when it comes to everyday, your average students, I don't think it should be mandatory because everyone deserves an education. And a school's first course of action will be to suspend or remove that student completely. And that's not going to stop the cycle. So, and it also creates a stigma because then people know, oh, they were removed because they were doing drugs, and then people get shunned. It's happened at my school. People have been, caught doing something, and they've just had to, drop out or move to another school because they are shunned for, something so simple as, being caught with, a vape, a cart. While I personally would never do drugs, I don't think it's right to punish those, take away their education because they
I love the input there. I love the input. Good job. Anyone else from disagree?
So I agree with that. And even if you were to expel a student, they would just go to another school and the cycle would repeat. And for everyday students, if it's a widespread drug test, CBD oil or even poppy seeds can show up as opioids on a drug test. So if you ate an everything bagel, you'd be screwed that morning.
All right. It's a really interesting point there. Anyone else from disagree? Anyone else?
They all agree to disagree.
They all agree with disagree. All right, round of applause for disagree, round of applause. And we always want to acknowledge the small groups in the room because they're the ones who are saying, look, we're not going to succumb to peer pressure. We're not going to follow the majority. We're going to take our own stance. And whether it's right or wrong, it's our particular stance. And we appreciate you all for having the courage to do this. Let's give them a round of applause anyway. A round of applause. All right, you all strongly agree with the statement. So let's hear why.
I strongly agree because if you show up to school zooted as has a kite and stuff like that, stoned, and someone realizes it, then for the safety of that kid and for someone else, then they should be drug tested because, well, for the safety of them.
I wasn't thinking of poppy seeds or ADHD, anti-medicine when I made my decision, but I was thinking of if you're going to make decisions to take drugs, serious ones, caffeine, that's not a drug. Yeah, that's a drug. You're going to have consequences. If you're going to drink and drive, you're going to have the chance to get in a wreck. You're going to have the chance to kill someone. If the police finds out, you're going to have your license removed. So, I feel like every action you take, there's going to be consequences, and I feel like if you start young, it can implement that.
So it sounds like you're saying that this would be a deterrent to keep people from participating in those activities.
I feel like, can you repeat that, please?
You're saying that the drug testing would stop people from doing these things because of the consequences that could come from failing the drug test.
I feel like it's a 50-50. Teenagers will do whatever they please if they so do so. But I feel like that fear might help some.
Okay. All right. So we'll help some people. All right. Good job. Anyone else who strongly agree? Are you going to add
this? So, because of the HIPAA violation, the HIPAA code, you are not allowed to share any information about medical, drug use, or anything like that, unless it's in the code and you are allowed to, even then with parent consent. Also, if you get tested for drugs and you get on your record and you don't have it, well, if they're medical drugs, then they have to be on your school record. Because if they're not, then if something happens and you need to take some, then they might think you're actually doing drugs.
Wow, all right, we have a lawyer here. Let's give her a round of applause. HIPAA violation. Hey, that warms my heart. That warms my heart. A HIPAA violation for all is just that if you have medical issues going on, that cannot be disclosed. It is your personal information. So if you're taking drugs for a medical reason, that information should not be disclosed because it would arguably be a HIPAA violation. All right, good job, good job. That's a really big, hey, I was not expecting to hear that. I don't think I've ever heard that at a conference like this. I appreciate that. All right, give yourselves a round of applause, round of applause. I have two more statements. Here we are, Yeah, I know this is a little tough one. So brace yourselves. Vaping is a safer alternative to smoking cigarettes among teenagers. Vaping is a safer alternative. Agree, strongly disagree, disagree. Agree, strongly disagree, disagree. Vaping is a safer alternative.
Look at the map. You have the map.
Vaping is a safer alternative.
I don't want to be in front of the camera.
Agree, strongly disagree, disagree.
I hope my mom brings us this.
Oh no.
All right. Agree, strongly disagree, strongly disagree. All right, we'll give you 45 seconds. Have a conversation amongst your peers. Say
Oh, I do not like that.
Took that
Ew.
stance.
What do you think? What do you strongly disagree with?
I've had a friend, they got addicted to milk.
Yeah.
They said, oh, it would
And
happen.
all the chemicals, you got diacetyl, you got formaldehyde, carcinogens, and all kinds of different types of chemicals and heavy metals that, yeah.
I tried it. I really couldn't read it.
Yeah. The safest alternative to cigarettes is nothing. Yeah, that is the safest alternative.
Huh? Sorry. Yeah. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh, this is how you get that. Shout out to Adrian. Thank you. Oh, look at my forehead.
Wait, you're not the
Like if you're going to really you don't want to smell like strawberry lemon. You want to smell like meow. I had to come. Thinking of that. I'm gonna snatch a poster later. What's that say? Like I smell like what's up, brother?
50 years ago. There you go.
Yeah, it's like on
All right, I'm eager to hear from you all. Vaping is a safe alternative to cigarettes. The majority is at the strongly disagree side, so I'd love to hear from you all. Hopefully we can hear from someone that we haven't heard from yet. We've had some rock stars who have shared their opinions, but if we can hear from someone who maybe hasn't shared their opinions yet, that would be wonderful, because everyone's opinion matters, and I'd like to hear from everyone if possible. So someone from strongly disagree, why do you strongly disagree with the statement that vaping is a safe alternative to cigarettes?
Yeah.
Yeah, great.
All right, so we got C Monday over here stateside at strongly disagree.
Hey, what's up? I'm gonna speak for some people who are uncomfortable speaking on the mic.
All right, let's go.
So, this group says that there's not enough scientific research on it. You're inhaling metals and different things that you wouldn't be inhaling on a cigarette, even though we know cigarettes are unsafe. We at least know the chemical makeup of the composition. Thank you so much. Chemical composition of the cigarette. So there's not been enough research. We thought that it was going to be better, but you're finding out that it's not really better.
Okay, all right, so we need some more research. We need more research. I love it, I love it. Anyone else who strongly disagree? Why do you strongly disagree with the statement that vaping is safer than cigarettes?
Adrian! What?
Oh, Adrian. Is that Adrian like a Rocky reference? Okay, nice. No one knows Rocky.
I strongly disagree because both of them have nicotine and you get addicted to both of them because of the nicotine. And either way, you're still inhaling chemicals and heavy metals and stuff.
All right. Anyone else who strongly disagree? I see another hand. Strongly disagree.
Can you stop? You know you want to go. How about you go? I already did.
Okay, so I don't like either. Neither is a good option. But I feel vapes are a whole lot easier to hide because it's just like a small stick. For a cigarette, like you need to hide the pack, you need to hide the lighter. The smell is going to be a whole lot more noticeable, and like the reasons they said, you're inhaling a whole bunch of more like carcinogens, and it's neither is a good option. And plus, vapes are a whole lot more accessible than cigarettes.
All right, good job. Round of applause for strongly disagree. Round of applause. Good job. A lot of terms there. She said there are more carcinogens in those, right? So more cancer-causing substances in the vapes. So that makes it less healthy. I appreciate that. Also reference to nicotine because nicotine is addictive, and they're in both. All right, we have the disagree crowd. Who are we hearing from the disagree crowd? Let's see.
Did you point the camera over?
I love you guys both, but I want to hear from Calvin. Xander, come on, man.
Yeah, so same reasons they said. It's really addictive too, and I think you can also get addicted to it easier than cigarettes because it's cooler or it smells better, easier to hide, and it can also get laced with stuff like fentanyl, more addictive.
All right, anyone else disagree?
I disagree with actually because when you think about it, as drugs are bad, the chemical in drugs can make your brain altered, making it kind of like mushy at some points. So it doesn't even think about it, it just takes it. While than vaping, if you like even try to vape, when you breathe it in, it burns your throat, causing the cells in your brain to go crazy. So you know what you do then. So you can also like know to stop and like you run out and stuff like that. And because there's a legal age to buy vapes, yes, you can get a supplier, but the supplier might get caught, causing you to like realize that it's bad and stuff like that.
All right, round of applause for our disagree crowd. Round of applause for disagree. We have two people here that agree, and so I want to hear from you all. You all agreed at the statement that vaping is safer than cigarettes. Why do you feel that?
I think vaping is better than cigarettes because cigarettes, you can notice it more. And vaping, like, I don't think people really, like, care. But, like, you shouldn't do it in the first place. But vaping, it's just, like, flavored air. Like, if you keep it, if you do it, oh well. But with, like, cigarettes, you just, like, you can get, like, caught more with cigarettes. And it's, like, worse because, like, you have more chances of dying from a cigarette than a vape.
I think that both of them are not like healthy for you or like safe, but a vape is not necessarily better, but better because like if you think about safety, if you're around like kids, there's like secondhand smoke, and if you're smoking a cigarette, a little kid can like get it if they have like asthma or something. And if you're smoking a vape around like other people, they won't like get it because it's like flavored air, like she said. So both of them are not safe, but I think a vape is like more on the safer side.
All right, so we have the secondhand smoke appeal, right? Secondhand smoke with cigarettes is a lot stronger because vape is not necessarily the same. That's what we believe. All right, here we go.
I like how you said a lot stronger. There's still secondhand like vapor, like cause it's not just like flavored air. There's definitely chemicals and metals in vaping. But the reason why cigarettes are worse is because of like the smoke in your lungs. Like it damages it a lot faster, and there's still like, the compounds are similar to like jet fuel and rat poison, guys. So I feel like cigarettes are definitely a lot worse just because it is smoke and so on. I do think a lot of y'all are standing in strongly disagree because it's a lot more problematic in our society today, and that's why it's more dangerous. It's just the appeal of it, the marketing with Juul and other reasons. But I think if we can kind of combat like the popularization of it, I think smoking a cigarette is still worse than hitting a vape. But they're still both really bad.
I'm sorry, good job.
That's my roommate.
That's your roommate.
That's my roommate.
Tyler, run for president one day. We need you. We need you.
All right, so we're going to the strongly agree side. Why do you strongly agree with the statement that vaping is safer than cigarettes?
I'm gonna be quite honest. I honestly thought the prompt at first was, do you think vaping is a healthier alternative? Oh. So like I didn't realize you said safe, because I don't think either are safe. But like I did think vaping is healthier. I'm not saying it's healthy, but I don't think it's as bad, just for the simple fact. Well, we don't have enough research on vapes. We have a good amount to tell us it's bad, but I don't think we have the linear growth or decline evidence to prove what it can do, like in 50 years. As well as there are like nicotine-free vapes, which some people don't use, but I mean, others who are addicted, who are recovering, do like the motions for it. So they will use those until they're like completely done with it. So it's just kind of like habit at that point until they get rid of it. But I don't think it's as bad as cigarettes. It's just not.
All right, round of applause for everyone. Round of applause, round of applause. So I would like to say that vaping is addictive. I think we can all agree with that. I have buddies who are overage and they vape, and I mean, it's like breathing after a while. It's like, oh yeah, man, you watched it today? Yeah, man, it was a really great game. It's like bloody. That's pretty intense, man. So vaping is addictive. I agree with what you all were saying. I appreciate you all for having some rationale behind what you're saying. It doesn't matter what your stance is. It's really, really good to make sure you know why you feel the way you feel, and that you're not just saying this because you think it's a cool thing to say. So I really commend you all for having your research and knowing what you're saying and having your personal anecdotes to rely on so that you can really keep yourself and your peers in here informed. I know quite a few people learned some new things today. Maybe you didn't, but I certainly did. High school students are referencing HIPAA violations, and that's excellent. All right, and there are carcinogens in there, and heavy metals and nicotine and things like that in the vape. So I appreciate you all. Does anyone have anything they'd like to share about any of the topics that we discussed so far as we wrap this up? Anyone? 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 All right, round of applause for you all. You all can go back to your seats. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Please. Ow, 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 ow. I agree.
All right, so now that we're at your tables, I want to take a break, and we're going to have a competition with you all at your table. This is called the TikTok tussle. Anyone familiar with TikTok? Anyone familiar with TikTok?
I've heard of it.
You've heard of it? Yeah, TikTok is...
What is that?
TikTok, I don't know. It's this thing that might be going away soon, so I don't know. Enjoy it while it's here. It's the truth. TikTok is going away. It is going away. All right, so this is called a TikTok tussle. Here's how it works. Everyone at your table has to reach a consensus about which TikTok video has the most views. All right, we're gonna see 2 TikTok videos. It's either gonna be number 1 or number 2. I need everyone at the table to reach a consensus about which TikTok video has the most views, and then we'll see which one is right. So if you all feel that number 1 is right, raise your hand. Let me see number 1. Everyone raise your hand for number 1. Raise your hand, number 1. Let me see a number 1. Let me see a number 1. I need everyone. We're just practicing raising our hands. Put number 1 in the air, number 1 in the air. All right, now look, I want you to be really strong and confident about your choice. I want you to put your hands all the way up, all the way up. There we go, there we go, there we go. Excellent, excellent. Now, if it was number 2, if you all felt that it would be number 2, let me see number 2. Let me see number 2. Hands all the way up, hands all the way up, hands all the way up. There we go. Be very confident about your decision. Confidence and courage gets you really far in life, so I appreciate y'all for being confident and courageous about your choices. So we're gonna switch over, we're good with the sound? All right, so here's the video, TikTok tussle. You're all gonna see 2 videos and then just decide as a table which has more views. Oh wait, hold on 1 second, 1 second. Let me get the sound right. One second.
So, you watch TikTok?
Mine? Thank you, thank you. All right, this is take 3.
But I used to do something that's awful talent. You know, it's a show. And I would have my friends send a video, do like that song, and I would, you know, do an intro and outro. I'd put it.
All right, so maybe you won't be able to hear it. I'm not sure what's going on. I think it's my output, but let's pivot. We'll pivot. And we'll get that correct in a second. So here's what I do. We're gonna go to another competition because, you know, in life sometimes you gotta be ready to roll with a plan B in the event that plan A does not work. At your tables, you should have a notebook. Everyone has a notebook? Like a journal or something? All right. Does everyone have a journal? If you have a journal, I would just need you to use some of those slips of paper in your journal. And there should be some free pages in there in your journal. Yep, in the very back, you see there are, no? There is not.
Can they use just extra scraps from when they were playing Roll to Win?
Yes.
Okay, so you should have some paper on the table. Just flip over from your Roll to Win on the other side of your numbers.
Yes. All right, so what I would need you all to do is we're gonna write down the names of some famous people. We're gonna save this for a competition a little later. All right, I need you to write down the names of some famous people on slips of paper. All right, you can write them on really small slips of paper. All right, so here's how this works. On each slip of paper, I want you to write down the name of a famous person. All right, it can be someone that is fictional, someone that is real, someone that is alive, someone that has passed away. All right, so let me get an example of someone that is famous but is a fictional character. Let me get a famous fictional character. Who? Rave Cameron? Harry Potter, all right? These are famous fictional people. Let me get an example of someone who's famous and is alive. Famous and alive. Nick Saban, not famous. The Rock, all right? Who? Nine Tails? Okay, Kevin Hart, all right, yes. Johnny Depp, yes, Johnny Depp is back. Johnny Depp is back. All right, let me get a name of someone who is famous who is no longer with us. Michael Jackson, Gandhi, Kobe, yeah. Robin Williams?
Williams
Robin
did
Williams?
pass away, yes.
Oh wow, I did not know that. Martin Luther King, yes. Gilbert Godfrey. Did someone say Kevin Samuels? No, no one said Kevin Samuels. All right, here we are. Sorry. All right, so on these slips of paper, I want you to write down the name of a famous person, and then, yeah, you can turn it into little pieces. No, it can be the same people over and over at your table. But when you're done, you are going to fold over those slips of paper, and then myself or Courtney will come by to pick up those slips of paper. All right, so I'll give you a few moments. Try to write down about 3 or 4 if you can. Yeah, 1 per slip of paper. So 1 famous person on each slip of paper. Okay? All right. So I'll give you about a minute to do that while we figure out this sound. All right, so Courtney is going around to pick up those slips of paper. All right, Courtney is going around to pick up those slips of paper. And we're gonna save those for a little later. So it's a really competitive game that I think you all will really enjoy. So I appreciate you for taking the time to create these famous character slips for us. If Courtney has not been by your table, if you can do us a favor and just pass all those slips of paper to one person at the table so that she just has to make one stop at your table and she can collect them all.
Some people wrote up for about 5.
All right, Courtney, you got all the slips of paper?
Do I have all the slips of paper?
And Courtney has all the...
I got a couple more.
All right, perfect. All right, thank you all for giving us that moment to get everything correct with our sounds. So now we can officially get into the TikTok. Oh, we have some more, Courtney? We can officially get into the TikTok tussle. So you all remember 2 videos will be played. As a group, you reach a consensus about which of the videos has the most views, and then you all put up the number 1 or the number 2, and then we will decide which group has won. Are we ready? Yeah. Are we ready? Yeah. All right, here we are. The first TikTok tussle goes like this.
This is what a $500 firework looks like. She's lit! Let's go! Quick, quick, quick!
All right, that's video number 1. That is video number 1. Here's video number 2. All right, those are the 2 videos. As a group, reach a consensus. Is it video 1? Is it video 2? Put your hands up. Let me see. All right, I see some 1s. I see a lot of 1s. I see a few 2s, a lot of 1s. Let's see. It is video number 2. It was video number 2. Good job. All right, here's video number 1. Here's the next one. Yeah, everyone remembers this one. This is a classic guy on a wakeboard. Cranberry juice makes you sing good songs. Here's the second video. All right, is it 1? Is it 2? Is it 1? Is it 2? Let us know. Is it 1 or is it 2? It was video number 2. Yep, by a few 100,000 views. All right, here we go. Here's the next one. Here's video number 1. It's a cat licking another cat. All right, that is video number 1. Here's video number 2.
Kitchen, pour myself a cup of ambition and yawn and stretch and try to come to life. Jump in the shower and the blood starts pumping. Out on the streets, the traffic starts jumping. Folks like me on the job from 9 to 5.
All right, which one is it? Is it video number 1 or is it video number 2? Video number 1, cat licking cat, or video number 2, cat being an adult? Which one is it? Video 1 or video 2? I see a lot of 2s, and the answer is 1. Yes, by a whole lot more. All right, here we go. We got a few more, just a few more. All right, so I don't know if you can tell. So someone is pranking her by unplugging the light to this snow ornament. All right, that is video 1. Here's video 2. All right, which video is it? Is it video 1 or video 2? What do we think? What do we think? I see some 2s. I see a lot more 2s. I see a few 1s. Let's see. Was it video 2 or video 1? Let's see. Let's see. Video 1. Yep, it is video 1. All right, here we are.
What do you call a pig with 3 eyes? Pig!
What do you call a pig with 3
You
eyes?
don't have a double chin. What you do have is bad posture. So all you need to do is 2 steps. Bring your shoulders up, back, and down. Bring your chin slightly forward and then slightly down, and look at the difference that makes.
All right, it's a video 1 or video 2? Video 1 or video 2? Bad dad joke or bad posture? Which one was it? What do you got? I see 1s, I see a few 2s, more 2s. All right, mostly 2s. Let's see. It is video 2. Good job, good job, good job. We're getting the hang of this. We're getting the hang of this. I think this is the last one.
That's what I said. He did. Like, you know what I'm saying? I was like, what in the world? Don't do it here. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Really? I thought the same thing. We think a lot alike, huh? Oh, that's crazy. Right.
All right, that is video 1. Dad talks to daughter or son. RIP Twitch.
Basically, I'm saying either way, we about to slide. You can't let this one slide.
All right, is it video 1 or video 2? Which one has more views? Video 1 or video 2? I see some 1s, 2s. It is video 1. It is video 1. It is video 1. So that was TikTok Tussle. Good job, good job. Give yourselves a round of applause. Now we want to talk about leadership and how leadership looks different for everybody. Now understand that with leadership, sometimes, maybe most of the time, it'll feel like yesterday. Yesterday you did change one thing, you had to step outside of your comfort zone, and you all said you felt silly, you felt crazy, some people said they felt stupid, but you were outside of your comfort zone. Being a leader oftentimes requires you to step outside your comfort zone because you're stepping away from the norm and you're doing what everyone needs to do as opposed to what everybody wants to do. Now, sometimes being a leader is excellent and it's fun and everyone catches on immediately. Sometimes you feel like someone who's dancing on their own and everyone is just standing and staring. So let's talk about leadership. I'm going to show you a video and I want you to have a discussion at your table about this leadership style and what takeaways or parallels you can use to apply this to your own life. Here we go.
If you've learned a lot about leadership and making a movement, then let's watch a movement happen start to finish in under 3 minutes and dissect some lessons. First, of course, a leader needs the guts to stand alone and look ridiculous. But what he's doing is so simple, it's almost instructional. This is key. You must be easy to follow. Now here comes the first follower with a crucial role. He publicly shows everyone else how to follow. Notice how the leader embraces him as an equal. So it's not about the leader anymore, it's about them, plural. Notice how he's calling to his friends to join in. So it takes guts to be a first follower. You stand out and you brave ridicule yourself. Being a first follower is an underappreciated form of leadership. The first follower transforms a lone nut into a leader. If the leader is the flint, the first follower is the spark that really makes the fire. Now here's the second follower. This is a turning point. It's proof the first has done well. Now it's not a lone nut and it's not two nuts. 3 is a crowd, and a crowd is news. A movement must be public. Make sure outsiders see more than just the leader. Everyone needs to see the followers, because new followers emulate followers, not the leader. Now here come 2 more people, then 3 more immediately. Now we've got momentum. This is the tipping point, and now we have a movement. As more people jump in, it's no longer risky. If they were on the fence before, there's no reason not to join in now. They won't stand out, they won't be ridiculed, and they will be part of the in crowd if they hurry. And over the next minute, you'll see the rest who prefer to stay part of the crowd, because eventually they'd be ridiculed for not joining. And ladies and gentlemen, that is how a movement is made. So let's recap what we've learned. If you are a version of the shirtless dancing guy, all alone, remember the importance of nurturing your first few followers as equals, making everything clearly about the movement, not you. Be public, be easy to follow. But the biggest lesson here, did you catch it? Leadership is overglorified. Yes, it started with the shirtless guy, and he'll get all the credit, but you saw what really happened. It was the first follower that transformed a lone nut into a leader. There's no movement without the first follower. See, we're told that we all need to be leaders, but that would be really ineffective. The best way to make a movement, if you really care, is to courageously follow and show others how to follow. When you find a lone nut doing something great, have the guts to be the first person to stand up and join in.
Okay. Would anyone like to do a shout out about what they learned from that video or what they saw in that video? It's okay. All right. He was what?
Mad sunburn.
He was mad sunburn. Have you guys ever been the first person to want to start a movement? Like, have you ever been in your community or in your school or in a group and you're the first person to be like, hey, I notice this is an issue and I want to make a difference? Ever been the first person? Yes, we see some nods here. Can you tell me how that felt? Scary, funny. Funny mostly. All right. Well, the video was more about the second person and the third person and the fourth person to become a part of this movement. That one guy who was dancing by himself, I'm sure there were people sitting on the ground snickering at him, like, oh, look at this fool dancing by himself. But once that second guy got up there and once that fourth person came there, that video is showing you the lesson of being a good follower, to not make it all about you as the leader or as a second or third follower, but to be able to encourage your friends, people that might have been watching from really far away that were like, oh, that guy looks like he's having a lot of fun. I want to join him, but I'm kind of nervous. And then you see people coming in hordes together. So you can go with your friends. You don't have to be afraid to step out of the box, especially if you have people that have your back. You don't have to be that second or third person that comes kind of alone to join the group. You can rally your friends from across the lawn and all come in together as a big group. So let's look at this quote here. It says, at first they will ask why you're doing it, and later they'll ask you how you did it. So just to use that guy in the video for a reference, like I said, I'm sure there were lots of people on that lawn that were like, what is this crazy guy doing? But then if somebody showed up to that festival just now in that moment, whenever there were 100 people gathering and dancing, they might interview that one guy in the beginning and say, hey, how did you do it? How did you have the confidence to do that? So know that if you're trying to start a movement or you're one of the first followers of a movement, and you're feeling silly and you're feeling out of place and awkward, just know that as long as you guys have a mission in mind and you're all working together as a team, eventually people are gonna see your worth and people are gonna come to you and say, hey, how did you do that? And how's that song go? Don't ask me how I did it, I just did it, it was hard. So they might, maybe you guys don't know that, it's from the internet. So, you know, things can be really hard and they can be challenging, but as long as you have your friends and the people that support the same movement of you, they might not even be your friends until you get into that group and start dancing, but it's possible, and people will ask you later how you were able to achieve it.
Right. All right, so just to clarify here, just piggybacking on what Courtney just said, this is the inaugural Lead Appalachia Conference, right? So this conference is the dancing guide. What you all do from here is your role as the follower, right? It's how you all go home with the lessons and the messages from here and share that with your community. You are going to be the first follower, and people are going to follow you based on what you all do and your energy and whether you all are easy to follow. So this is the inaugural conference. It's going to feel a little different, but just know that we're going to look back at the picture from this 5, 10, 15 years from now, and people are going to be so grateful for the work that you all did. And they may not come to you and say, hey, can I get your autograph because you're the person that did this or you're the person that did that. But what will happen is you'll see the statistics that shows that since this conference has started, teenage drug use has gone down in certain counties. That's your way of knowing that you made an impact. So whether you all go out here and spread the message, which we hope you do, or if you don't go out here and spread the message, it's going to have an impact on your community.
I just want to thank you guys so much for being so attentive and working so hard this yesterday and today. I am out of here, headed to a different conference, but another one of our colleagues, Susan, will be here tonight to take my place. So thank you so much. I look forward to seeing you guys again.
Give Courtney a round of applause. Thank you, Courtney. Thank you, Court. All right, everyone. All right, so we will see you all at 11 o'clock. You can go take a break, go hit the
Right? So January 1st starts right here, and I want you to make a circle based on your birthday in birthday order without using any words. You have 3 minutes to complete this task starting now.
I'm just gonna type it on my phone. Well, we're January 2nd.
Without talking. By month and day. Can you arrange yourself in birthday order without talking? No, just by day and month. By month and day, no years. By month and day. Can you arrange yourself in a circle by birthday, day, and month without talking? So we have to make a circle. I don't think we're going to go around the entire room. So you might have to form the circle around here. I can carve a circle in around here. You all go over here. You over here. You curve the circle right here. Over here. We have to close the circle. All right. Over here. Is everyone in a circle? We should be shoulder to circle, shoulder to shoulder in the circle. We should be shoulder to shoulder in the circle. We have a glob here. No talking. Can we arrange ourselves in birthday order without talking? Do we feel good? Do we feel good about this? We feel good about this? What are we doing here? All right, so yeah, go ahead. Go into the circle, yeah. Shoulder to shoulder in the circle. All right. Okay, is this everyone? All right, let's close in so we can actually make it a circle. Take some steps in over here, make it an actual circle. I think we can spread down some. Spread down some, make it an actual circle. Yeah, this is January. Around here, it should be January. All right, is everyone here? We feel good about this? I think we're figuring it out right here. We're figuring it out. All right, we're good? No? Okay. We're good? All right. Look, I believe in you all. I believe in your greatness. So let's see. Is everyone good? We feel good about where we're at? All right, let's figure it out. All right, what's your birthday? January 2nd. January 5th. 14th. January 14th. February 16th.
February 21st.
February 21st. February 2nd. So you come over here. You come over here. You come over here. February 6th. Or you come over here as well. February 27th. All right, good job. March 3rd. March 9th. March 22nd. April 6th. April 7th. April 18th. April 20th. April 20th. 23rd.
No, you're behind.
May 8th. May 15th. May 26th. May 27th. May 28th. May 28th. June 1st. June 8th. June 10th, June 15th, June 28th, June 20, July 6th, July 13th,
August 6th.
August 6th,
August 11th.
September 4th, September 17th, September 19th, September 28th,
October 5th.
October 5th,
October 23rd.
October 23rd, October 12th. All right, a little switchy there. October 26th. All right, you took the switch right here. All right. October 28th. November 9th. November 15th. December 3rd. December 11th. All right, folks. I think we did this for about 4 errors. Good job. Give yourselves a round of applause. All right. Additionally, here's what we're going to do. Don't move yet. Do not move yet. I want you to count off 1, 2, 3. I want you to count off 1, 2, 3. Here we go.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Said none? She said 9. 9. Oh, right. 1, 2, 3. 1.
1, 2, 3. 1,
2, 3.
1, 2, 2.
1. All right, good job. All the ones raise your hand. All the ones raise your hands. All the ones raise your hands. All right, ones. Here's what I need you to do. 1 step into the circle. 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 Ones. You all are one team, and you will occupy these tables right here. These 3 tables right here is now the seats for the ones. All right, so all the ones go over here. These are your seats. These are your seats. The ones over here. Ones, you are in these 3 tables over here. 1, 3 tables over here. All right, 2s. Where are my 2s at? 2s raise your hand. 2s raise your hand. 2s, you're going to be in these 3 tables right here. 2s, these 3 tables right here. And 3s, where are we at 3s? 3s, you're in these tables over here. 1, 2, 3. These 3 tables right here. Yeah, so you can go back to your OC, take your stuff, and then go over to my dog. All right.
Oh, bro.
All right, good job. So, we're getting ready to go into competition, and these are your teammates. So if you would take a moment, go around your circle at your table, introduce yourself to your table. Introduce yourself to your table.
Yeah, what's your name?
You might have to add someone to student.
One, you come out here. You come down here. Come down here. We'll make some space for you down here. What we got now?
Richmond County, Rocket.
Right. Introduce yourself at your table, and then as a group, so all the ones, all the twos, all the threes, I need a team name. I need a team name for the 1s, the 2s, and 3s. I don't want to call you the 1s, 2s, and 3s. I need a team name for you all. So if you would convene as an entire group, and we can come up with a team name. All right, these are 3s. You come up with a team name together. 2s come up with a team name together. The 1s come up with a team name together.
We have to come up with a name together and roll. A team name for the whole group. Alabama. Huh? Yeah, come on. It's orange. Oh, I'm not an orange.
Oh, all of
One team
where does that come
All right. All right, so do we have team names? Yeah. All right, let's go. So, Team 1, you all were formerly Team 1. You are now Goofy Goobers. I love it. The double G's over here. Yeah. The Goofy Goobers.
Let's go with
all right, Goofy Goobers, make some noise. Okay, you'll do better than that later. All right, team number 2, you all were formerly team 2. You are now, what is your team name?
Groovy Girl Cockroaches.
Wait, what? So what was that?
Groovy Girl Cockroaches.
Groovy Girl Cockroaches. Okay, all right. Did you all like collectively decide on that name?
There's like more than one.
All right, Groovy Girl Cockroaches. That is interessante. All right, GGC, make some noise, Groovy Girl Cockroaches. All right. And team 3, not to be outdone, you were formerly team 3, you are now. What's your team name?
Chicky Chick-fil-A.
Chicky Chick-fil-A. You know, you all are very big on alliteration here. Chicky Chick-fil-A. Okay. So we have the Goofy Gobers, the Groovy Girl Cockroaches, and Chicky Chick-fil-A. Make some noise, Chicky Chick-fil-A's. All right, here's how this works. You all did us a wonderful favor earlier, and you put down the names of some famous people. Now here's what we need. I need one person from each team to come up to the stage. I need one person from each team to come up to the stage. Preferably someone we haven't heard from. Preferably someone we have not heard from. Alan, I don't know. Alan, you're pretty popular. I think from each team. So I need one person from each team to come up. One person from each team to come up. All right, who's coming up from the Groovy Girl Cockroaches? Yes, on the stage. Come on the stage, yep. Please arrive on stage. All right, perfect. All right, make some noise for your contestant. All right, so we're going into competition. Let me tell you how this works. You all did us the pleasure of writing down the names of some famous people. It is your job to get your team to guess the name that's on a piece of paper. The way it works is you cannot say the name that's on the paper, you cannot spell the name that's on the paper, you cannot rhyme the name that's on the paper. So let's say, for example, the name on the paper is Michael Jackson. If it's Michael Jackson, you can't say it, so you can't say he was part of the Jackson 5, right? Because that's saying it. You cannot try to spell it, so you can't say his initials are MJ, that is a form of spelling, and you cannot try to rhyme it. You can't say he sounds like Michael Jackson because that is rhyming, right? But what you can do is maybe you can say some other words, you can say some songs, you can do some dance moves. So, let's see. If it were on you, and you had to get your team to guess Michael Jackson, what would you say?
Beat it.
There we go, all right, so we got beat it, all right. If it was on you, how would you get your team to say Michael Jackson? Hee-hee, all right. If it was on you, how would you get your team to say Michael Jackson? You would say hee-hee as well, all right. You could also do some dance moves. If you want to do some dance moves, you can do the dance moves. You can moonwalk if you want to. You can lean over, whatever you want to do, all right? Whatever you need to do. All right, so here we go. Yeah, you got a question?
So it's easier for you to know which one's on which team.
Oh no, I will make it really easy for you. That's a great point. Here's how it works. Each member will get 1 minute to get their team to get as many names as possible. So when when the Goofy Gobers are going, it'll be Alan, and then Alan, you will go in the box, you will reach out, you will get a name. If they get the name right, great, you get 1 point. If you come across a name that you do not know, you can skip it, and then you all will lose 1 point. If you break the rules, if you say it, you spell it, you rhyme it, you will also lose a point, okay? All right, you have a question? Yes, what is your question? They're gonna be up here just for 1 round, and then we'll get somebody else for the next round, okay? So we're gonna try to do 3 rounds before we're done with our journaling session here today. And first, we are going to start with the Goofy Gobers. Are there any other questions? All right, no questions? All right, so the only last rule I have for you is when you pull the name out of the box, just keep your hand behind it so that they can't see through the name. All right, Alan, time is yours. You get 1 minute. Yeah, you can stand over here, be close to the microphone. Look, you're an orange. I believe in you. I believe in you. All right, Goofy Gobers, make some noise for Alan. All right, your timer starts when you start talking. You
wanna skip that? Skip it already?
We could just say the names that we put in chat, you know, because that gives us like a 30.
All right, so you just throw it on the ground. Throw it on the ground. All right, you grab another one. So you
Who
have,
was it?
It was Jim Carrey. Well, all right. Well, look, orange. All right, Goofy Goobers. So,
Goobers.
Goofy Goobers, Gushers.
Don't G.
Gushers. It's all right. All right, here you go. All right, starts when you start talking. You ready? All right, timer starts now.
George Washington.
Harry Potter.
LeBron James.
Michael Jackson.
Evan Peters.
Santa Claus.
Spider-Man.
Harry Potter.
That's not like
You got this.
So they're a musician,
Olivia Rodrigo.
Ariana Grande.
rap,
Beyonce.
Snoop Dogg. Kendrick. Lil Baby.
Lil
Wayne.
Drake.
what? Who?
Lil something something.
Drake.
No.
Eminem, good job. All right.
Oh, like
Time. All right. That one was Albert Einstein. It's okay. All right. So you got 1 point, but you also had a skip. So after round one, you all have no points, but it's okay. Good job. Give them a round of applause. Good job. All right. Now, the Groovy Girl Cockroaches. All right. We have Kiara from the Groovy Girl Cockroaches. So you understand the rules of this game. All right. Pick out one. We're trying to get them to give us some hints. You can't say it. You can't spell it. You cannot rhyme it. The timer starts when you start talking. Oh, you know how to do that. All right. You know what that is? You got this. All right. The timer starts when you start talking.
Alright, they have a show.
Gordon Ramsay.
No, it's a reality TV show.
Yep, Kim Kardashian. Good job. All right. Go ahead. Kim Kardashian.
I don't know.
Okay, skip. Okay, no problem. You got to skip. All right, you got 30 seconds.
Big and bald.
Rock. Yep, that works. The Rock. All right, keep going. We got 20 seconds. All right, you can skip it. All right, that was Jennifer Lawrence.
She did the famous pose with the dress. Like the...
Marilyn Monroe, good job. All right, time. All right, so you got 3 right that time. You had 2 skips, so you end up with 1 point. Good job for the Groovy Girl Cockroaches. All right, Meredith. All right, so Meredith, right now the high score is 1 point. So if you can get past 1 point, there are some skips in here, so that will be tough. The timer starts when you start talking. Just to be honest with you all, just to be real, if anybody says the answer while she's going for the Chick-fil-A, they will also get that point. So if you give them the answer, they'll be getting a point. So it's best to be silent when it's not your team going. Okay? All right, the Chick-fil-A, the timer starts when you start talking.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, let's start with
Sorry.
What was that?
Ryan Reynolds.
What?
I don't know.
No, bro, sexiest man alive. I'm sorry.
I can't read his hand.
Yeah, me either.
I know, but it's like...
President.
Oh, George Washington.
Oh, yes.
All right. No,
Dark mode. Just skip. Yeah.
Skip, all right, skip. It was Ethan Hawke. Ethan Hawke.
Okay, he's arguably the GOAT. I don't personally think he's the GOAT. In basketball.
LeBron James, good job. All right, you got 15 seconds.
A rapper.
Drake.
His name kind of sounds like. I don't say that.
Kendrick.
No.
2 seconds. Time. Yeah, he did die. That was Tenacion. That was a tough one.
I don't listen to rap, so I don't know.
Hey, you were on the right train track. Just didn't move, so you got hit. So you all ended up with no points every time. You got 2 right, but 2 skips with no points. So after round 1, the Groovy Girl Cockroaches are in the lead with 1 point. Good job. Good job to all our contestants. We're gonna go with 1 more round before we take a break to do our journals. We need 1 more round, so I need 1 more participant from each team. 1 more participant from each team.
Hey, you got this. You got it better than me.
I'll do just like Alan. Hey, don't fumble the bag.
Don't fumble the bag. Okay, not fumble the bag. All right, so we have someone from the Goofy Goobers. We have someone from Groovy Girl Cockroaches, and we have someone from Chicky Chick-fil-A. All right, let's give our contestants a round of applause. All right, now here we are. You understand the rules of the game. You have 1 minute to get your team to guess the names. Currently, you have no points, so
But like the highest is 1, right?
the highest is 1. But I've seen people get like 5 or 6 in 30 seconds, so I believe in you all. You can do this.
Okay.
All right, the timer starts when you start talking.
What does that? Oh, okay. Big strong guy, bald. Okay. Yep, that's right.
What's his real name?
Rock.
Good job. All right, good.
Rapper dead. No, dead. Died in the airport.
Juice WRLD.
Yes.
Yep.
Something like that.
Yep, he did.
Female basketball player.
Caitlin Clark.
No.
Avery.
Yes.
Okay. All right. All right.
Hee.
Michael Jackson.
Okay. That's not good. Okay. Who is that?
That's me. All right. Keep going.
Somebody put Ed Sheeran.
Yep.
Okay. Famous singer woman. She's from
Ariana.
Texas. She sung Spanish
Dolly
music.
Parton.
No, she sung Spanish music. She didn't know English.
Yes, Selena,
yes,
good job.
that's right.
All right, and you got 2 seconds.
Funny comedian.
Time.
It was Kevin Hart.
That was Kevin Hart. All right, good job. I love how you rose to the occasion. I said that someone got 5 in 30 seconds, and you actually got 5 points that round. No skips. Good job. Round of applause. Good job. All right, Ian, it's on you. All right. Your team is currently, or they were in the lead after last round. All right. You got this. The timer starts when you start. Shh. Yes. Don't give them. Don't. You start with a skip.
I couldn't read it.
Yeah, Raisan from Akatar. I don't know. All right.
Can't read that one either, bro.
The Lone Ranger?
No, I don't know. I can't read them. My handwriting.
You got it?
No, I can't read any of these.
You can read it.
The whole.
Shut up.
All right.
I might not be good at this. Rich guy, Tesla.
Elon Musk. All right, good job. Keep going. Take it easy, y'all. Take it easy.
Queen. Freddie Mercury.
Who was it?
Freddie Mercury.
Okay.
Soccer player.
Messi.
All right, skip.
I'm not.
No, you're doing.
Red pants buttons.
Mickey Mouse, good job, good job. All right, look, you're grooving now. You got 10 seconds. You got 10 seconds.
Artist. Letter and alphabet, music artist.
Yeah, good job. All right.
How'd you get that?
Yeah, how did you? Okay, all right, good job.
That makes sense.
So you all actually got 4 right that time. You skipped 3, so you ended up with 1. So good job. You got 1 point that round. Good job. Good job. Round of applause for Ian. Round of applause for Ian. All right. So Chick-fil-A, you all currently have no points. You're down by 5 points. You need 6 to be in the lead after this round. No pressure. I just believe you can do it. You got it. You got it. The timer starts when you start talking.
He's a president and like nobody.
Donald Trump, all right. These are the views of not individual. It was Little Pete. Come on, come on, come on.
Oh, they played in they're like in originals and Vampire Diaries.
Ian, what is his name? Ian Salt. No, that's not originals. That's Vampire Diaries.
They're in both.
Oh.
What's his name?
Ian Sommer?
Yep, go ahead. Good job, good job. You got 10 seconds. You got 10
Oh.
seconds. It was Camila Cardoso. And time. It's okay, it's okay. All right. So you got 2 right. You skipped 2. I asked you all to write down famous people, and these are the names that you all came up with. So blame your teammates for this one. All right. Good job. Give yourselves a round of applause. Round of applause. We will come back to this later on, so please remember your teams, remember your teams. Now look, we're having a great time. We're having a great time, but there's a lot going on, and I want to make sure that you all can remember what we have going on. So if you would, right now, take out your youth leadership journals. Take out your youth leadership journals. This belongs to Bean. This is Bean. It's yours? All right, there you go. Here you go.
She wrote that.
Okay, I was like, hey, if you go by Bean, it's okay. If you go by Bean, it's okay. Stay with your team. Stay with your team. Stay with your team. Stay with your team.
I'm Ruby Girl.
All right, get your. No. Sorry, everyone. I wasn't clear. Grab your journals and come back to your teams. Grab your journals and come back to your teams. Grab your journals and come back to your teams. So, Goofy Goobers, Groovy Girl Cockroaches, Chicky Chick-fil-A. Goofy Goobers. Are you a Goofy Goober? I'm a Goofy Goober. What?
John F. Kennedy.
Alright, so everyone has their journals. They're back at their tables with their teams. Where's the rest of? Oh, get the journals. Okay, all right. All right. So while they're doing it, we have until 11:45. What I would like you all to do, thank you all, thank you. Yes, come back to your journals. Come back to your teams. So Goofy Goobers, Groovy Girl Cockroaches, Chicky Chick-fil-A. All right. At your table with your team, everyone should have out their youth leadership journals. And if you would go to day 2, and I would like to give you all some time to fill out some of the prompts for day 2. If you have not done day 1 already, now is a good time to do so, because there's going to be so much going on. We want to make sure that you remember what's going on. So if you would, just fill out the prompts for day 1 if you have not done so, and day 2 if you can. Take a few moments to fill out those prompts.
So if you all would, now for the journaling portion, journaling, if you can hear me clap once, if you can hear me clap twice. All right, so for journaling, this is a form of meditation. This is a form of self-care. So if you all would, let's just be mindful and be quiet and just journal during this time. So I want you to put down your thoughts, and I want you to have the space to think without any distractions. So if you all would just take a few moments, just write down in your journals. Fill out day 1 if you have not already done so, and then also do the prompts for day 2. Now there will be some workshops going on later on, so some of those pages after day 2 have to deal with those workshops. As you go into those workshops, use those pages to jot down notes for those workshops. So we can take some of these things back to our community. You don't really have to talk for the journaling session. You don't really have to talk for the journaling session. You don't really have to talk for the journaling session. I understand that, but for now, just for the people around you, make sure that they can focus. Hey, look, you'll get an opportunity to talk. You'll get an opportunity. Fill out those prompts. Take a few moments to fill out those prompts. And when you are finished with the prompts, I want you to let me know how I've been doing so far. If you go in the app, and you go on the agenda, you can click on the session that we're in, and you can fill out that survey. That lets me know how I'm doing, so I can find out how to raise my game, so that maybe next year, or for whoever's coming next year, we know how to make sure that they're effective with what they're doing. You can do a survey for the activity sessions today. And you can also do a survey for the sessions that you participated in yesterday. All right, so when you go into the agenda, right, so you go to, so this is a session that started at 11. There's also a session that started at 9:15. You just click on it, and you'll see a prompt that says external QA. That's the survey.
Even though it's only church where we were going. Sunday mornings, I just sleep.
So there's one for the.
It's like I buried my phone. I'm screaming at it.
Then once we get to 11:45, you will get an opportunity to fill out the survey for this actual session. You're going to do the survey for the session that I've already had.
I got you.
So there's the rules and use survey session that started at 9:15. That one's the survey you're going to do.
What was this morning's session?
Even if it's the rest in peace. I'm still
Has everyone filled out their prompts on their journal? If you filled out your prompts, if you need more time to fill out the hand, if you need more time. Okay. If you need more time to do the surveys, raise your hand. If you need more time to do the surveys, give you a few more moments.
No, you're the buttons. Augustine, you already dressed up, man. But the dinner doesn't
What? That's my room, right? So, this is the last thing before lunch. So the team, well, I guess I can't really do that because we already have a lot of points. I was going to say the team that gets the most points will get to break for lunch first, but it's kind of an uphill battle. It's kind of an uphill battle. So I'm going to allow you to go last, Tyler. And we're going to start with someone from Chick-fil-A.
Hey, Maddie. Yeah, Maddie.
We got Maddie from Chick-fil-A. All right, Maddie, come on. All right, Maddie, you have 45 seconds. You know the rules. You can't say it, you can't spell it, you can't rhyme it. Timer starts when you start talking. 1 point for everyone right, 1 skip, 1 negative. Are you ready? All right, everyone. This is Maddie from Chick-fil-A. If everyone else can keep it down, timer starts when you start.
He sings "See You Again" and "New Magic One."
Charlie Puth? Where's Cleo?
No, he's black.
Hey, nobody said.
What?
What'd you say? Yep, Tyler, great. Good job, good job. All right, keep going. Okay. All right, that was Cardi B.
I don't listen to her.
It's okay. 12 seconds, 12 seconds.
Quack, 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 quack.
Donald Duck, all right. 6 seconds, 6 seconds.
The color.
Time.
It was Matthew Gray.
Okay, all right. So you got 2, you skipped 2. It's okay. So net nothing for that round, but it's okay. It is okay. We don't have that kind of time. All right. So your timer starts when you start talking. All right. Ruby Girl Cockroaches.
Okay. He owns his garden. It's his old name. Yep.
All right. Keep going. What?
He's really popular. He had a mullet. He shaved it off. He's a country singer. Yes.
All right. Yeah.
There's a place that sells ice cream. It's a last part that has Robin in its name. The first part of
You can't do that. Yeah, because you said part of the name, Robin.
No, that's not part of the name though.
Oh, okay. All right. What's the name?
Yes, it is. It's Baskin Robbins.
You
said Robin. You said Robin.
What was the name? Baskin?
Hey, roll the footage. Hey, roll the footage back.
Hey, roll the footage. We need a replay. I'm gonna go.
Okay, all right. You'll get the point for that. My apologies. All right, keep going. You get 15 more seconds. All right, so
A really old president.
George Washington.
She performs. She's a pop singer. She's black. Nicki Minaj.
Nicki Minaj. All right, awesome. All right, so Tyler, continues in the lead still. Okay. All right.
Exactly.
Don't skip anything.
Exactly. I'll add them later. We gotta go to lunch. So here you go. Come on, let's go. 45 seconds starts when you start talking.
She's like kind of with like Pride Month. She does a lot of stuff on YouTube. No, she's got like colored hair. She's white.
Yep.
Yeah. So meow. But female like.
woman. Doja Cat.
Yeah. So you know, like when a horse does this? No. Yeah. And then like there's like a thing in a book. It's
Paige Buckers. Okay, all right.
I didn't know who that was, so I was just.
You were trying. Good job. Round of applause to everyone. Round of applause. So we will be back with your points later. It is now time for lunch. So thank you all. We will see you all after lunch. Lunch is outside.
Guys, today we have Rebecca Gardner, my mom, presenting. She did her undergraduate at Elon University, and then she did her graduate program at App State. She loves to hike, and I want to, yeah, well, no.
All right, cool. Thanks, guys. Is this anybody's DoorDash? That's a very important question because we need food. So, awesome. All right, guys, well, I'm Becca, and you guys can call me Becca during this, okay? We don't need to be super formal or anything. But I work at Wilkes Community College as the Director of College Access. And so my career path is kind of interesting because, like most people, I did not end up where I thought I was going to be, okay? And you end up or what you're going to do, it's okay to change your mind. It's okay to figure happen and figure out what you're passionate about. Hopefully today we're going to kind of narrow down what you are passionate about, things that you're excited about, and think about those in terms of a possible career, right? How many of you already know exactly what you want to do? Anybody? Maybe? Okay, so the way this works is that the more you participate, the more candy you get. Okay? Oh, what do you want to be? A pastor? Okay. Can I see your hand? No?
Yeah.
What do you want to be?
I want to be a graphic designer.
Graphic design, okay.
Thank you.
Anybody else? You guys were kind of iffy. What do you think you want to do? Real estate, cosmetology, both great careers. Cosmetology, yeah. Theater, okay, cool, yeah. That's a strong term, yeah, that's cool. Psychology, okay. Have a seat, guys, anywhere. Come. There's a couple of seats over here. If you want to sit close, or you can sit at the blue table. That's cool. You'll be close. So hopefully you'll walk away with some better idea of kind of where you think you're headed. But before we get too far, I want to introduce, this is one of my coworkers and colleagues. This is Lacey Kilby, and she manages our Gear Up program. So you give them a little bit about what you do and what Gear Up is.
Yeah, so I'm the Gear Up coordinator at Wilkes Community College. So basically my role is to support middle schoolers and high schoolers in pursuing post-secondary education. Post-secondary basically just means after high school. So whatever it is that you want to do when you grow up, my job is to do whatever I can to help you get there and to encourage you to take that path. Also, like Becca, we do career exploration activities and things like that to help you figure out what it is that you want to do. And like Becca said about her career path, life is not linear. I also stress that whenever I give tours on campus and things like that it's okay to change your mind and it's okay for your path to change throughout life because life changes.
So what did you think you wanted to do before you were going to college?
So I went to college for psychology and I worked in mental health for 10 years. And then a global pandemic happened and turned everyone's lives upside down. And I ended up going back to school for graphic design and now I work at the college. So kind of all around. I got a bachelor's and then a diploma, which is a one-year degree, and then back and got my master's. So I kind of went all around.
So education is cool like that. You can always add education. Education is something that nobody can ever take away from you, right? So that's powerful. It gives you options. Okay, so you guys are going to get to use your devices. So everybody has a phone, right? Is there anybody who does not have a phone? Yeah? Okay.
Left yours in the room.
Did you leave it somewhere?
Yeah, I left it in the room.
Are you allowed to go get it?
I don't know. Yeah, I have the key.
Can you let her do that?
Yeah.
Brian, is that okay?
Yeah.
Should go get her?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Hop to it. Come right back. All right. So for the rest of you who have your phones, everybody's got a phone out, right? So we're going to go to a website, and the first thing that we're going to do is a career interest survey. So for those of you who are like, yep, I know what I want to do. Oh, see, it went to sleep. So give me 2 shakes. Oh, thank you. This is what happens when you get here early, you get set up, and then you're like, oh, just kidding. All right, so everybody needs to go to nccareers.org, okay? So nccareers.org. If at any time you guys need a handout or extra time or help, just put a little thumbs up sign so we know where you are, okay? So your website is going to look a little bit different than doing it on a phone, as opposed to what you see on the screen, but it should all work. So it's nccareers.org. So when you guys are there, let me know. Is anybody there yet? Some careers? Okay, perfect. There's lots of candy, so the goal is that everybody. See you there? Okay? There, looking good, excellent. And you can always trade. If you don't like something, just trade it. Okay, how many of you have done this before? Maybe a couple, but not most, okay? So what'll be interesting is to see how this compares to other things that you've done, okay? So what we're going to do is actually the interest finder. And so, this one, right here, and I'm going to talk to you a little bit about this Holland Code. So this is somebody who has done research well before we were even born and decided that there are basically different categories, different interest areas that all careers fall into, okay? So every career can be coded using this Holland Code, okay? So there are different versions of this. For today, for our time, we are going to do the short version, okay? So make sure you navigate to that one. It's 10 minutes long. Before you get started, I need everybody's eyes over here for just a second. It's going to ask you on a scale of whether you like to do something or whether you dislike to do something, okay? I want you to, as you're taking this, not to think about how much money you would make if you were doing that. Try not to think about if you even know how to do that, if you have the education or skills. Just truly like, do I think I would like this or do I think I would not like this, right? Let's keep it simple, okay? And so as you rate these, if you do them all as like dislike, then it's going to be hard to come up with a compilation score, right? And if you do all that you like, again, it's also going to be hard. So use that scale accurately for yourself of whether you really like something or whether you really dislike something, okay? So ready, set, go. Take that short version of the Holland Code Career Interest Assessment. If anybody has a question or if it uses a like word terminology that you're not sure of, Lacey and I are here to help you, so just let us know. Chances are, if you have a question, somebody else has the same question. Everybody done? Everybody have survey results? Not yet. Keep working. Keep working. Keep working. I want you guys to notice that you can actually create an account and save these results. We're not going to take the time right now to do that, but there's some benefits of doing that. How many of you are 11th grade in here? Okay, so 11th rising seniors? No. Any rising seniors? Okay. If you have not created your CFNC account yet, you need to create an account. You will need that for college stuff, which we're going to talk about in a couple days. But CFNC is a great way to like house all of your college and career stuff. You can house all of these assessments that we do. And that's a huge benefit. Something that I wish I would have done was to kind of regularly keep a record of all the cool things that I was doing and active in. But that's a good place to store all your information. Is everybody finished? At that table, green table is good. Purple table, good. We have results. Green table over here. Everybody have results? Almost. Everybody have results? Okay. All right. So let's talk about these results. You guys ready? So I'm going to be very transparent and share with you my results. Okay. So, who had their highest score in realistic in that green? Anybody? What your highest number is realistic? Anybody? Yes. Anybody else? Yes. Any other realistic friends? Okay, so realistic. So let's break it down. We're going to talk about each category. So you two are already sitting next to each other. So you might have some jobs and careers in common. Okay, so that's good. So stay where you are. So realistic means that you probably like to work with your hands. You probably like outdoor things. You might like gadgets. You might like to fix things. Does that seem true for either of you guys? You like outdoor stuff, hands-on stuff? Yeah. Anybody else have a realistic category that maybe was in the top 2 or 3 in terms of your numbers, your scores? No? Okay. All right, cool. So that's what realistic category is. Just because you score high in one area does not mean that you're not a compilation of all the different scores, okay? Because you might like me, I love hiking, but it didn't show up here in my career test, right? Because that's an interest, that's something I love to do and be outside. It's not necessarily something I want to do for a full-time job. Does that make sense? So there's difference in hobbies and interests, like photography and graphic design, versus having a career, right? And sometimes you can meld those two together, but sometimes it's nice to have a career where you go to work and do the job and love what you do, but then also have those other hobbies and fun things, okay? Investigative. Anybody, that was your highest score? Investigative.
That was in my top 3.
That was in your top 3? How about top 2? Top 2? Okay, all 3 of you guys? And anybody that was your top 1? No? Just in the top 2? Top 2, 3? Top 1? Top 2? Okay. So investigative, what do you guys think that means? What's investigative? Yeah? You like to find out things, right? You have questions. You want to ask questions. You're curious about the world. And you want to know how things work, right? You want to investigate things. Anybody watch those crime shows where you're like trying to figure out the
Law and Order?
Yeah.
We already know who did it.
Yes, but it's so interesting, right? And we question and we like those things, right? So investigative, that's what you like to do. You like to research. You like to check things out. Anybody high with the artistic? Yeah?
I got 0.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, artistic? Okay. What does artistic mean? That can be a huge variety.
Painting.
Drawing, painting, design, theater.
That was my first one.
Music, right? And we talked like all those kind of things, right? So that's artistic, creative outlets, okay? Social. How many of you had social as high? I would not be surprised. This is crazy, but I've done this for lots and lots of students. I would not be surprised if most teenagers scored high in that social category. Why do you think that is developmentally?
Because y'all talk.
Right. You're talking, you have lots of friends, you're in this group, you're social, right? So you want to be a good friend, you're supportive, you're listening. Folks, Folks who score high in this category who are out in the workforce often have that kind of caring component. They are all about relationships and connecting with people and helping people, but it could be a variety of careers that you do that in. Does that make sense? So that's what social is. Social's kind of high. That's social. That's my highest, right? I like to help people. I want to help students. I want to help my team. I like people, okay? Enterprising. Anybody have that as your top? But it was up there. Up there. You guys are the cosmetologists, right? What yours? Number 2? 2? Yeah?
Mine's tied for number 2.
Yeah, mine. Okay, cool. So enterprising, what do you think that means? What's enterprising all about? Marketing? Business, right? Logistics. Maybe some sales in there. Maybe you're the one who gets in a group and, maybe everybody's kind of sitting around and you're one to jump in there, right? You're like, yeah, we got a project. We got a group project. I want to create something. I want to have my own business, right? See how that could connect to cosmetology or real estate even, things like that? Having your own business. Maybe creating your own podcast or things like that. That would be enterprising. Okay? Conventional. Anybody have that as a top one? Conventional? Conventional? I bet that you guys like to follow rules, right? You might have some friends who don't like to follow the rules and it kind of drives you crazy. Because conventionally, you typically like things in order. You like to have a little bit of guidance and direction. You like to know what's coming. It is driving you crazy because you don't know what's for dinner and you want to know, right? I did find out, somebody asked me about dinner and the etiquette dinner that you're doing, what you're supposed to wear. There will be announcements after these sessions. That's what I was told. We're getting some information, but not all of it, okay, for my investigative people. Okay, so conventional, you like things in order, you like to do things in a certain way, right? So that's what conventional is. Okay, so all these scores mixed together can be connected to matching occupations, okay? What I want you to do is I want you to write down your scores in your journal. Take a picture of it, write down your scores. Write down these scores, and you can put like realistic 2, investigative 6, whatever, right? So take a picture and write them down if you write your journal kind of thing. Because we're going to use another website to dig a little deeper into jobs. And the reason why is because, frankly, I just like the other website better. It gives a little more detail than what you're going to get here. So, it's important to know that over time, you might change your interest. And remember, we only did the short assessment because we only have a little bit of time. But you can always go back to this if you create an account. You can always go back to it and do that longer assessment, right? Or maybe these scores, you're like, this doesn't exactly match. And so you want to go back and do that bigger assessment to get a fuller picture, okay? Does all that make sense?
Do you write down like the all in whole score or like the different?
No, so you would write down realistic and the number, investigative and the number, so forth, okay? So this is a Holland code. It's not going to change that much. This Holland code it's not going to change in your lifetime, right? So it is what it is. What does change are all of the variety of jobs and occupations that are out in the workforce, okay? So this site, NC Careers, is particular to what state do we think?
North Carolina.
North Carolina, because it's called NC Careers, okay? So we're going to take this information and we're going to go to a national website, all right? All right, you guys ready? You're going to go to mynextmove.org. Now remember, you've already taken this assessment, so you already know what your interests are. So when you get to this little purple button, you're just going to enter your scores because we already took the test. Now, why I had you take the test in the other websites, because it's frankly just prettier. You know, this one looks a little clunky, looks a little old, but it has really good information. Okay? So is everybody there? Everybody following?
No.
No, we need to go back?
No, you good. I was
Okay, so mynextmove.org, and then you're going to go to the purple tab that says interest. Got it? You go to the purple tab.
Interest.
Yep, interest. Go to the purple. And then enter scores. Yep. And so from here, you're going to put in the scores that you just wrote down. Okay? Anybody need help, you just let us know.
Okay, next. What do I do whenever I hit next?
I'm going to show you.
Oh, flip.
Is everybody there?
I never met him before. He's my mom's. She's my mom's brother.
Right there? Everybody's got their scores? All right, so you're going to do next. Okay.
What?
I need a thumbs up if your screen looks like this, so I know you're good to go. Thumbs up.
Still got a couple of these.
Working? Okay. So for those who have advanced, you can go ahead to the next screen.
This is plain up.
Until you get to this one, okay? So stop when you get to select a job zone.
Job zones?
So yeah, just stop there when it says select job zones. Yep, so did you do the assessment for you? Okay, go ahead and do this. Just start that. And you're gonna do this little assessment. So you're gonna answer this question. So it's serious.
No, neither.
Think about whether you like something.
I don't have that.
Yep, go to next one more time. And if you guys turn your phone, like do the landscape view, you'll probably get it all in. We're gonna talk about it. We're gonna talk about these job zones. It's okay. Go to next.
Careers?
Job zones, next. Over there.
No, just stay there. Just click next. Click next.
God's angry.
Brother.
Oh. There's stop.
All right, guys. So these different job zones. Let's talk about these. So job zone 1 is where you are right now. How many of you are working a part-time job? Anybody? Show me your hand. Part-time job? Part-time job. Coming in the back.
Me, I am.
Yep. Part-time job. Where you work? Anybody else? Part-time job? Where do you work? Taco factory. You had to think about it for a second.
Yeah.
Anybody else? Part-time jobs?
Well, I don't.
Part-time job? Where you work?
I'll work for myself.
Perfect. Okay, so you guys are all right now in job zone 1. This means that right now, based on your education, skill level, you are entry-level workers, okay? Job zone 1. How do you think you're going to move from 1 to 2?
Getting experience.
Experience. High school diploma, yes. So education, experience is going to help you move those job zones, okay? So a job zone 2 is probably like a 2-year college degree, okay? An associate's degree. Job zone 3 is going to be what's the next level of education? A bachelor's degree. How many years does it typically take students to earn that? 4 years after high school, right? I'm using terms very specifically because it's all going to make sense the more we talk, okay? And then what do you think about job zone 4? Master's degree. How long would that take? right? After high school. And then what about a job zone 5? What are we thinking about? A PhD, a doctorate, right? A doctoral degree. It could be like a Juris Doctorate degree, very specialized degrees, okay? So what you're going to do is now that you put in your scores, it's going to match you with all the jobs in the country, the United States. And it's going to say, for you, based on your interest, because you just took this assessment, it's going to match up your interests with careers of people who are in those jobs right now. With me?
Yes,
So job zone 1, let's check it out. Let's see what we get. We're going to select job zone 1 and we're going to say next. We're going to say next. It's matching us up. How many jobs or careers do you guys see listed in job zone 1 for you?
2.
So far I'm hearing less than 5. Does everybody have less than 5?
Wait.
It's going to give you this list. Okay.
Hey, I'm confused right now. I'm sorry.
What is that?
That ain't the right thing. Oh my gosh.
Wait. Oh.
The phone is not friendly on this site. That's what I'm learning. And then click job zone 1. Oh, not the blue. Okay. Here's that.
It's okay.
And then when you click, you have to click the little bubble next to the job zone. There you go. And now do next. Okay, click the little bubble. Okay, so these jobs should be, you probably are not finding very many jobs, right? It's probably pretty limited. How many of us got amusement parkers, fast food, amusement people, fast food workers? It's pretty limited, right? Let's see what happens when we go to the next job zone. So what you're going to do is up here on the top, you're going to toggle this job zone. Everybody see it? Right here. So you're going to change your job zone to a different one.
Oh, I got nannies, actors.
What happens with more education and experience?
I get more job opportunities.
More opportunities.
I don't have that.
Right?
Costume attendants.
I got that too.
Personal care aides.
I got child care workers.
Help people. Doctors. Marketers.
Alright? So these might be things like short-term training. You might see things in here like cosmetology or real estate brokers. You could see things in here like a personal care aide. So that's somebody who helps in nursing homes, right? That is a needed career. Yeah.
What's a disc jockey?
A DJ.
This could be a DJ.
Oh, look.
Me too.
There you go. Okay? You probably have artistic. You're pretty artistic. Okay. So the more job zones that you visit, oftentimes you'll see more career opportunities, right? You'll also notice that oftentimes what happens in our workforce is that with more education and experience, more management opportunities exist, right? So that means you're leading other people. You're training other people. You might be a supervisor. You might be a manager. So you'll start to see those added into the mix. So the next thing that I'm going to have you guys do is I want you to pick 2 careers that align with your interest. Doesn't matter to me the education level, but I want you to take some time to research it for just a couple minutes. How much time? We go until 2, right? So what time do we start? 1:33. So I'm going to give you at least, let's say 3 minutes, and then we'll check in. So, it's okay. So I want you guys, in order to research a career, the easiest way to do it is if you click on that job. So let's say you find something of interest. I would love to be a tour guide in Europe, so I'm going to say tour guide. It's going to give you all kinds of information about how to be a tour guide, what they do, where you could work, what skills you might need to have, the education that might be required. and what that job outlook looks like. Okay? Because I'm in education, education is pretty important to me. Okay? And I think it should be pretty important to most people. So as you research a career, I want you to take some notes about it. There are always 5 questions that you can ask about anything, any topic, any subject to get some answers. What are those questions? Who? What? When? Where? How? Right? Or why? Okay? All the W's. So write down in your journal somewhere the name of the job that's of interest to you, that matches with you, what you've already told us, and start to think about some of these questions. Think about what kind of education is required. How much money are you going to make? Okay? And it gives you all that information on that page.
Does somebody have an extra pen I could borrow? Here. Thank you.
The other cool thing to note is that when you look at a job, on that job page on the right side, you'll always see Explore More. So maybe if you're like me, you are only aware of the people that you know and the jobs that they have, right? Like, you only know what you know. But maybe you're not aware of some of these other jobs that are in that Explore More. Okay? So click on that, check that out, right?
Every time I click 5, right?
How's it going?
You guys have to quit and go work at McDonald's. Okay, so when we write it down, we write down the job and
Write down the career and some stuff about it, right? Education is super important. How much education is required?
level 2.
For me, it's a
Every time I go to careers,
Knowledge.
like I click on 5.
Math and
It's not a
science,
good web.
physicology for
The
beginners.
other one that you can use is if you want to go back to the NC careers, you can
All I
use that
gotta do is
website
like
too.
fix my
Okay.
nice and like look at the camera.
So guys, if you're having any technical difficulty on this My Next Move website and you want to go to the NC Careers one, you're welcome to use that. Just again, keep in mind, it's focused on North Carolina versus the United States, okay? So you're pulling from different data sources.
Interesting.
And it may give you different results, different information based on what's available.
Wait, which one did you pick?
Huh?
Which one did you pick?
Actor.
No, you
What about this? Yes.
That's Job Zone 2. When you can
And they're not working well. Here's one, let's see if we can borrow it. And they're not working. Anybody else? At least 2 careers. And information about it is there. Education level, what's required? How much money? Education level, how much money you're gonna make? The education level, it should be on that. Yeah, yeah, that's what
We went swimming.
There it is. So this tells you how much education you require. So high school diploma is what's required, or a certificate out there.
I got these social stuff.
Nothing on mine.
Madam Van. Madam
No.
That's,
No. I don't know who that is.
what's the name of the friend?
There's a name. Tyler.
That's Tyler.
Here.
You know.
Video creation and editing software. Oh, I have TikTok and YouTube. I can have Facebook.
It's whatever you want.
I don't want to be a Facebook.
Whatever's interesting to you. What's something interesting about that?
I just wrote down social stuff, $20.50 an hour.
Hey,
So, so right now, just kind of work quietly because we are going to share this with somebody, okay?
do I have to put my stuff back into this thing? Because I went back to the NC website. Okay. Because I went back to it anyway. So,
Would like to go back to,
big hole in it.
It says no education required.
So is everybody finding at least 2? I see some folks still writing, so we're doing something in that.
I don't know what other one I would want to do. I don't want to be a disc jockey. Where's the elementary school teachers at though? Oh, okay, okay. Right there. I found it on number 4. Okay.
Oh. So let me share some other tidbits of information about that My Next Move website. In case you're interested. So as you guys do these tests and interest assessments, on the My Next Move, you see the puzzle piece on the left. See how some of them are colored in, some of them are darker blue? That means that it's a really good fit. That means that more than one category matches with you, okay? If it's a puzzle piece that's not colored in, that means, well, it's kind of a match. There's some people who are in that field, right? But the darker the color, that puzzle piece means it's a best match. The other thing of interest to take note here is that that sunshine means that it's a bright outlook, right? So, do you think every job in North Carolina is hiring right now?
No.
Yep. No. Right? Every job in the country? No. But these bright outlooks, that sunshine means that there is a trajectory. There are going to be some job opportunities in that field. Okay? So, right now, while you're in middle school, getting ready to go into high school, you may not be as concerned about this, but if you are of my age or an adult, older, right, that might be really important because you don't want to do a lot of stuff in training and education and then not be able to find a job that you really want to do, right? So that outlook is important because you want to know that there is job growth. There are job opportunities in that field. You don't want to enter a field that's already what we call saturated. There's already tons of people who are in that field and they might be looking for other jobs. Okay? So that's what that bright outlook means, that sunshine. All right, at this table, everybody have a couple of careers to talk about? A couple of notes, things? Okay, you've got some notes about what careers? Could find some? Okay. Everybody's got some careers, notes here about which ones things of interest. Everybody's got some careers here. All right, so what you're going to do is pair and share. So since there's 3 of you at this table, all 3 of you, if you guys can kind of talk about what you learned, what careers are, right? Because when we came into this, we said, I only know what I know. I only know what careers I'm exposed to based on what people have told me, okay? So if you guys will split into 3, so do 3 and 3 maybe, or 3 and 3, however you do it. 3 people in your group. And if you guys can do maybe 3 and 4, however you want to scooch around your table. Talk about what you learned. What are the takeaways? How much money are you guys going to make? What's the education level? Okay? What's something you learned about that career? Okay? So I'm going to give you 2 minutes. Pair and share. Ready, set, go.
Are we only
What are your
Alright, what you guys got? What career you got?
Education you need is a master's degree. You make $58,000 roughly. You can go
Alright, what was your career? Real estate, okay. So tell me something about it.
This is the first, no, biggest job most. After elementary school teacher. No, I'll have to do that master's degree.
Yesterday, today's
How much money? What's the salary?
It's really weird. Really bad?
what you learned about it.
I didn't hear what you said.
I heard that. I mean, like,
That's okay. That's okay. So, is that just something you want to do?
I want to be an actor, guys. Maybe I'll be one.
Someone asked me like, before I started high school, I wanted to do something in graphic design, so like I did community college, and then I wanted to English creative teaching. So that teach graphic design.
Oh, Charity told us.
Did that show you get a list of
Where was your cosmetology?
Technical issues, so I just kind of.
Real estate?
So what I've always had. So.
Well, we probably just need to
they never get that.
It's 1,600. So 0.9 is the average growth.
What you're the ones who
Oh yeah. Our bestie was in the movie.
I'm not having.
But that's what you want to do?
Yeah, I want to do it. I just since it wasn't working, the website wasn't. Yeah, I was like, I don't want that stress.
What was your career?
If I was an actor, would y'all watch my interviews?
That's the
So, what's the salary?
I would like.
I'm preparing for that interview.
I literally like. I'll be in the shower and I'll be like, okay, so somebody comes in here. Yes. I think
Because a lot of I've stayed. I'm just kind of like 6 to like 5 to 8, like several times.
What about you guys? What were your careers? Okay.
See.
Education required? What are some other careers you have? Okay. Interesting. What did you learn about it? Okay. Is that something you're interested in? Okay. You want to go for a master's?
Maybe.
Okay. All right. So you're ready. You ready to start tomorrow? Great. Oh, okay.
If I get paid, yes.
Okay. What about you guys? What's some other careers? Didn't find any? What was it? Earth driller. Okay, cool. Cool. So they get paid, right? What's their salary?
I like theater.
56,000. Not a bad salary, right?
later.
Any other careers? Actors? What would you rate? Electricians. Interested in that field? Okay. All right. Well, hopefully you guys had a takeaway of something, right? To share. Did everybody get a chance over there to share your career? Yeah? Yeah? Okay. What was the most interesting career that was shared? Actor? You heard actor was interesting? I thought yours was pretty interesting. It was the earth driller. That was pretty interesting, making $56,000 a year. It's pretty good. Any other interesting careers? We're here to learn from each other. Anything else? Real estate? Teaching? We heard about different teaching levels, education. Okay? All right, guys, so we have a few more minutes, so we're going to switch it up. We're going to go back to that NC Careers website. But I want you to pocket this, right? Like, remember these websites so you can search and kind of explore. Take some time to ask questions, right, about different careers. Who all do you guys know, like, who are people in your lives that you probably see every day or frequently who have gone and gotten some type of post-secondary education? Just shout it out.
Well,
okay, parents?
What is a post-secondary?
After high school.
Any education after high school, you got it.
Oh, no. My parents.
What about any folks that are here with you? Any adults that are here with you? Any educators, any teachers in your schools? Yep. Right? But how do you get to get to know. Research, right? And sometimes you have to ask questions. So some really good ways to do that include job shadowing, where it's really just calling up somebody that of a career that you're interested in and saying, hey, can I sit with you for a day or half a day? I just want to learn about what you do. I guarantee 80%, 90% of professionals would say, sure, come on over. Let's set up a day to do that. Okay? That is a great way to explore and learn if that's what you want to do. Okay? So just do a job shadow. Just do a few questions. There are some sample questions on that NC Careers website that you can ask of any professional. It's kind of like a guided questionnaire just to help you ask questions and learn about that field. All right, so back to the NC Careers website. The other thing that we're going to do is the reality check. So we're going to spend the last few minutes that we have together doing that. All right, so from that tab, the Find My Interest, you're going to do the reality check. Okay? Now, what this does, anybody done this before? The reality check? Okay. So what you're going to do in this reality check is figure out where you want to live. How many of you want to live where you're growing up? You want to live in the county that you live in right now. You want to live there forever. Okay? So if that's the case, you're going to type in that county or that city or zip code. Okay? Is there anybody who wants to go somewhere else in North Carolina? Where do you want to go? You want to go to the beach? You want to go to the city? You want to go to Raleigh? You want to go to Charlotte? So you're going to pick a place that you want to live after you graduate, when you're living out on your own, and you're going to do this little assessment, okay? So I'm going to do this as if I'm going to live in Wilmington, because I'm going to go to Wilmington. Is everybody back on the NC Careers? Finding the reality check?
Give us 1 second.
Okay. If anybody needs help, just let us know.
So you're going to hit the 3 lines on the top left.
All right. So remember, this is as if you're doing this as an adult, right? So you moved out on your own. I was getting error messages. I think it's just an error, like in their system or whatever. See if you can. So you're gonna choose. Okay, so on this housing question, guys, you're gonna choose. Do you want to live on your own? Do you want to have a roommate? Are you gonna buy a house? So it's gonna ask you these questions, and you're gonna pick. And you may want to turn your phone like landscape ways so you can see all the options. And so you're going to decide, am I going to live on my own, or am I going to rent an apartment? And then you'll choose next. Okay?
So by this, do we like it says single
And so it should plug in these different costs. So you're going to say, yep, I want to have water and electricity in my house. I want to have a cell phone. No, I don't really need a house phone. Yeah, I do like to have internet, and I can live without cable. Okay? So for each of these items, it's going to ask you, how do you want to live? What's your lifestyle going to be like?
Like, for how long are we talking about? Like, for the rest of our lives?
So this is like after you've graduated from whatever education you plan to pursue. What's the lifestyle you plan to have? What's that vision?
Okay, no kids. Not married. Won't let you. I'm
It's good.
Oh, yeah. Like how much we would make in a month?
So what part did you get? So you're going to choose. Do you want to turn your phone sideways? There you go. So do you want to live in your own home? Do you want to rent? Or do you want to live with your parents? Right. They're probably like, leave the nest, grow, fly.
What does that mean? Like this, like how much we would want to? Or like how much money would cost?
Yep. So do you want to live higher? And then for each one you'll do next. So for each category, you're choosing like what your expenses are going to be in that category.
Dang. That's a lot of money. Yeah, no, there's no way I'm gonna be able to live like this. There's no way I'm gonna be able to live on
Because this is NC Careers, it only has the information, the data for North Carolina. But there might be websites in other states that you could look up somehow.
Yeah.
Where do you think you want to go?
Okay, so it's break time, so I guess we should go out and figure out what each one needs.
Yeah, I would say that there are websites like this for pretty much any student.
I'll go check.
I already have one. I've always wanted to go to I have a friend that lives in Chicago. In Broadway.
How's it looking? Are things getting expensive? Yeah.
Well, like, there's
Getting
about
costly.
you want kids to
Like traveling Broadway shows in Charlotte, Raleigh.
of goodies up here. So it includes all kinds of stuff. So I'll be walking around. Sometimes I'll ask you your name or what you like to be called. It's just different for different people. Just because you have a name doesn't mean that's what you want me to call you. And I also sometimes will ask you to tell me something about yourself. It can be what you like, what you don't like. I just something that you want to give out. So yeah, so I've been doing this work for about 20 years. I started in the classroom. So I have been working with gate treatment in classrooms, and then I switched on over and did some other work in classrooms for youth. Mainly, I call them the littles, but I did do some middle school and high school as well. So it's really awesome to be able to come back, y'all. I've been out of the classroom for about 2 or 3 years now. And it's great to come back and have this moment with y'all because right now, you guys, youth are killing it. And I'm really loving watching what you guys are doing, using your voices, advocating for what you know is right, not having other people tell you. So I hope that after this, you might have some different ways of being able to think about how to bring some of this information into your community. So yeah, let's get started. So, spreading hope. Like I said, I worked with what we're going to talk about as Adler's childhood experiences. Does anybody know what that is? Raise their hands. Also heard as ACEs. Awesome.
Isn't it childhood trauma?
Childhood trauma. Yeah. What's your name? JT?
Trixie.
Oh, Trixie. Can you tell me something about you, Trixie?
I like bugs.
You like bugs? What's your favorite bug? That's awesome. So when you focus on so much negative stuff and you've got kids that are running around the classroom and throwing stuff and yelling stuff, you eventually get to this point where you're like, I can't take any more talk about trauma. So what I found was kind of a different way of looking at it. So hope, healthy outcomes from positive experiences. And y'all, it's real simple. It's a big focus on how we can be kind. More flexible, and just being a piece of us that people want to be a part of. So real talk. Again, this is real. We do talk a little bit about childhood trauma. I'm not going to dig too deep into that because that's not what I'm here for. I'm here to focus on the positive. But almost everything will work again if you unplug it for a few minutes, including you. And that, I know y'all, it's hard to unplug from our phones nowadays. I'd love it if you just waited till after we're done. But also, if at any point in time you feel just like this is not vibing with you and you got something going on in your body, this is a great time to be aware of it. Feel free to stand up, take a break, just check in with someone if that's what you need, okay? I want to know, I want to hear everything y'all have to say, but if I say, can we just put that on the back burner for a minute, it doesn't mean I don't want to hear it. It means we have a lot to go through. And luckily, I'm here for the next 2 days. I will remember your faces, I promise. I'm not so great with names, but that's why I'm trying to pull in more information. Now I know Trixie, who likes spiders. All right, so we're going to talk about type 1, type 2 thinking, and that's just kind of how we can think different ways. Type 1 thinking, well, we're going to get through that. We're going to go through adverse childhood experiences, childhood trauma, positive childhood experiences, and then the 4 building blocks. So what's going to happen, guys, is raise your hand if this is your first kind of conference. No? Whoa, okay. What's your name?
Me?
Yeah.
Dalton.
Dalton? Can you tell me something about yourself, Dalton?
From Madison County.
Madison County, nice. Let's see, what's your name?
Caleb.
Caleb, can you tell me something about yourself, Caleb?
I play baseball.
You play baseball. What position do you play?
Outfield and infield. Basically everywhere.
Basically everywhere? People like that.
Do you pitch?
So what happens when you go to most conferences is they present an idea, and then they present the data piece of it, because the data piece is what solidifies that idea. You guys are probably some of the very first to go through this as a youth. So I'm sorry y'all, but most of my data is on adults. The more we push this out into youth communities, the more data we'll be able to pull back from youth about how this affects them in the now and not when they're adults. So throughout this, I'm going to ask sometimes for people to get up and do little post-its on things. That's me trying to pull data from y'all. Again, not identifiable. I don't want names, gender, race, because what's important is your voice right now. And what we're looking for is to be able to take all of this and send it so that we can start looking at how to build programs from what the youth say and from stop doing so much of what the adults say. Also, if you have a story to tell, great. Again, I'm going to ask that we do it not identifiable. It's not fair for me to know those parts of the story, but I still want to hear the big picture of it. Okay, y'all? Just got to be respectful. Okay, so I'm going to let y'all talk for a second. Who would like to read me ACEs, Adverse Childhood Experiences? Go for it, yeah.
Adverse childhood experiences, ACEs, defined as stressful or potentially traumatic events that occur during childhood or adolescence.
Thank you. So yes, childhood trauma. Childhood trauma. So this adverse childhood experiences came about 20-25 years ago. What it is, it's identifying, and that you can get up to 10 on it. It's identifying traumatic events that happen in your life from birth to 18, actually pre-birth to 18. I find it fascinating, and I find it fascinating because of the science, because of what childhood trauma can actually do to your development, to your brain development, how it's actually showing that we pass trauma through our genes. So even if I had never experienced something and my mom did experience some type of trauma in their life, that actually goes into me, which is, again, fascinating. But it's also very sad. And so what we're looking at now is, who wants to read the Trixie?
Positive childhood experiences that promote safe, stable, and nurturing environments and relationships with children.
Cool. So what we're looking at, and I'll call it PCEs, or I'll call it positive childhood experiences, we're looking about how we can switch the narrative, how we can stop focusing on these trauma pieces, because what you find is it's really hard to change individuals. And for a lot of us, traumatic events can come from an individual. We have more success changing communities, changing environments where these communities are, and changing ourselves. And so that's where we look at the positive childhood experiences, because what can we do to be helpful, be kind, to bring in these really good feelings that we all know that we want. So instead of focusing on all this trauma stuff, which is important, we're going to be focusing more on the positive childhood experiences. And then you're going to see PACEs sometimes. That's just a combination of both positive and adverse childhood experiences. Implicit bias. Who would like to do this one?
A negative attitude of which one is not consciously aware against a specific social group.
Yes. So we as a society, we deal with implicit bias all the time. It's that stuff that's really just kind of ingrained in you. How you feel about people, what you think about them, and is it from a learned experience? Not necessarily. It's just kind of something that your culture, your environment puts into your head. Now at times, it can be okay, but really it's so much negativeness. So what I'm going to ask you to do is to really focus on how can we switch that up? How can we start looking at people as people, communities as communities, instead of, oh, well, this is what my mom told me, or oh, this is what my dad told me, or oh, this is like what I feel. How can we come into a room, into a community without that thinking, which is coming in there open-minded and ready to learn something, ready to hear something. I'll tell you what, guys, I feel like the most I've ever learned is sitting beside someone at an airport. You ask someone a story, you ask them where they're from, and you don't come out with any type of thinking whatsoever, any type of bias or what you presume, and you can really learn some things. So being able to do that in your life It's big. It's big to be able to do that. And as this generation of youth, I feel like that's what y'all are doing. And y'all are already doing this, so it's beautiful. Risk factors, something that increases risk. So, example, smoking increases the risk of lung cancer. Childhood trauma can increase the chance for depression in adults, increase the use of substances, alcohol. Protective factors, again, positive. What can we do to lessen the negative outcomes to risk factors and increase a person's ability to cope with challenges? When I worked with little ones, that's all we did. Coping skills, coping skills, coping skills. Take a deep breath. Go get some water. Those are great skills, and those are skills that you can utilize throughout your life, but sometimes taking a deep breath and going to get a drink of water doesn't fix society. So what we're looking at is how can we address these challenges and teach people how to cope, but look at it in a positive way. And then resilience. Who wants to do resilience?
Resilience is the ability to withstand adversity and bounce back from difficult life events.
Who's heard this word before? Yeah, resilience is a good word right now. Resilience is beautiful. To be a youth and have that ability, I mean, youth and children are the most resilient beings in the world. And it's just beautiful because what it is you're just going for it. You know, you have to be able to bounce back. And there's not those other things that kind of stay in your life that say, oh, no, you can't do that. Oh, no, you can't do that. And you're like, yes, I'm resilient. I can keep going, and I'm going to figure out a way to make this work. So it's a really, really beautiful part of being a youth. And what I'm asking is to try to take that from here and keep it going. Take it from here and teach other kids, even adults, how to be resilient.
Can I add something to that? Yeah. Because resilience is great, but it's not easy all the time. And I think this presentation I love because you're going to learn some tools for building resilience or becoming resilient or encouraging your peers. Because it's easy for us to say as a youth, like, oh, you're resilient, everybody be resilient. But you know, there's days that it's not easy. So I think I love this training because it really helps learn skills for building resilience and encouraging your peers to become resilient. So it's hard sometimes.
Thank you. Yeah, breathe. It's hard. All right. What do you see in this picture? Just start yelling out some things.
Kid, baby, crab, TV, bugs.
There's a baby in the school.
A baby over at the
There's
side.
another baby. Look for it that looks like an alien.
Stinky fries in it.
Crabs.
The dog.
TV is a very weird position.
Jesus. Everybody always finds Jesus in the picture, y'all. All right.
The baby crab.
The walls look like they're made out of cardboard.
So what I heard a lot of was cracks, babies, the TV focusing a weird way. There was an open pizza box. So type 1, it's that really fast thinking, like that thinking without thought. You know, have you ever been in class and you say something and you're like, oh crap, I definitely should not have said that. I probably should have thought before I spoke. I don't know about y'all, but I did that a lot when I was in high school. It's that just really fast thinking. It's training and experiences, and it also includes that implicit biases. So that being able to just jump on what you feel like you know, but would have been told to you. As you go, actually, we're going to go back. All right, I'm going to ask you to see about it a different way. What I see is a roof over their head. I see food. I see electricity. I see an adult there, whether that adult's interacting, but she's still there. I see a crib. Anything else? What else can we pull that's positive out of this?
Jesus.
What?
Jesus.
You said Jesus?
Maybe they're faithful.
Yeah, faith. Anything else, Tom?
The baby has a bed.
Baby has a bed. Is it the bed that we feel like it should have? I don't know, because who's to tell us that that baby lying on that mattress isn't where that baby just needs to be? Would I wish they'd put a little thing in that plug? Absolutely. But, you know, so that's that type 2 thinking. You got to dig just a little bit deeper for it. When I first started doing this work and I was doing ACEs, you're so trained, again, you're so trained to focus on those negative things. You know, when you're going into people's houses, you're like, oh man, they're smoking, you know, there's pizza, I don't see anything green on that plate. But the fact that they've got a roof over their head, they've got food, they've got electricity, like, those are the things that we need to start picking out. Because those are the strengths. They're not those weaknesses that, yes, they may be smoking or there might not be anything green. But you know what? Maybe that's just not them. So that's kind of where we're going with this. You got to dig just a little bit deeper to see the positiveness. The negative's easy, y'all. It's the positive that takes time. So that's what we're trying to do. Shift the narrative from that type 1 thinking where it's just like bam, 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 to that type 2 thinking where you can take a step back. You can solve a problem. Who here has ever written a whole paper and lost it right before it was supposed to be turned in? Yes. Who here has had a freak out moment because of that? Yes. Who here took a deep breath and said, well, I gotta figure out a way to deal with this? Yes. So, you're already doing it. It's just now applying this to maybe some more of that life skills piece. What we got for candy over here? There. More? Yeah. Yeah. All right. All right, so I'm going to show you all this video really fast and then we're going to get back to it.
Adverse childhood experiences, called ACEs, are stressful or traumatic experiences that occur in childhood, like violence, abuse, and growing up in a family with substance use or mental health problems. When a caring adult or supportive environment doesn't soften those adverse experiences, or when they are ongoing or overwhelming, they can lead to a prolonged activation of our stress response, called toxic stress. Think of toxic stress like this. Our bodies were designed to escape predators quickly. Imagine you're walking through the woods and you see a bear. Your brain signals your body to release stress hormones like adrenaline and cortisol. Your heart begins to pound and your body prepares you to either fight or run from the bear. And that's useful if you're in the forest and there's a bear. The problem is when children face threats to their physical and emotional safety, and this system is activated over and over and over again. What was meant to protect you begins to do the opposite and becomes damaging to your health, creating long-lasting wear on your body and brain. Children are especially vulnerable to the effects of ACEs and toxic stress because their brains and bodies are still developing. The toxic stress from ACEs and other adversities such as poverty, racism, discrimination, and natural disasters can disrupt the normal functioning of vital bodily systems. Simply put, toxic stress can result in long-term mental and physical health conditions. Not only that, but the effects of ACEs can be passed from parent to child for generations through the biological changes and behaviors associated with ACEs and toxic stress. A person with 4 or more ACEs is twice as likely to suffer from heart disease, cancer, and stroke. 4 times as likely to develop depression, and 12 times as likely to attempt suicide. The good news is that safe, stable relationships and environments and other interventions such as physical and mental health support can reduce the risk of ACEs leading to toxic stress and stress-related health conditions. To learn more, visit www.osg.ca.gov.
All right, any questions? That's a lot of information, and again, I told you we weren't going to focus too much on the negative of this, but it is important to know what adverse childhood experiences are. They explained it very well. It are trauma experiences that occur between prenatal and 18. The big thing about adverse childhood experiences is what was the number in there? How many ACEs increase the likelihood of depression or suicide? 4. I want y'all to remember that number. That's a big number when it comes to ACEs. So, but no matter how many ACEs you have, you're going to, they affect your body throughout a lifetime. How many of y'all, or raise your hand if you've ever been scared? I know we've been scared. But what does that feel like? Someone explain what they feel like inside their body it feels like when they feel threatened.
Okay, so I was in my psych class before school last night, and I don't remember what exactly it was called, but they were talking about like panic attacks and how there's like 4 stages of it, and I don't remember the names of them, but they say when you reach the final stage, it's called impending doom, and that's like the name of the feeling you get when you're about to like freak out, you're about to have the panic attack, you're really scared. And that sticks with me because I know what that feels like. Like you just freeze out, you got impending doom, and like that's what they call it.
Your heart starts to race.
Yeah.
Does anybody get sweaty? They start to get hot. When I am put in a situation and I feel threatened, I shut off, and then I explode. So it's that, but when you have that cortisol, which is the stuff in you that regulates hormones, when you have that firing over and over and over and over again, it ends up changing the chemistry of your body, which again, fascinating that this can do this to your body and actually change the chemistry of it. But what can we do so that you guys and other children are not having to experience this? How can we lessen this so that you are less likely to be depressed when you get older? You're less likely to have chronic health conditions, which includes cancer, diabetes. You're less likely to drink. Yes?
Give access to, easier access to support systems without, having to tell someone.
Yeah, that's great. What's up, Trixie? Yeah, y'all keep this going because I'm gonna ask you right now here in a second. So yeah, so how can we start to look at this? Again, like I said, touching trauma at an individual piece is hard, but collectively improving communities and environments is much, much easier. So, at this top, you're gonna see this tree. And what I love about a tree is, a tree just doesn't grow up. A tree just doesn't grow down. A tree has to grow both ways to be stable, okay? So, when you look at this tree, yes, you're gonna have these top pieces, which are your adverse childhood experiences. Those are the top 10 that I was talking about. But what they're finding out is these things at the bottom have just much, if not more, effect on an environment and a youth's mental health and adult's mental health than these top ones do too, okay? So what we're trying to do is we're trying to hit those parts of this tree. Because if you've got a top that is weak, then no matter how strong your support system is down here, it's not gonna work, and vice versa. You've got a weak support system down here, you're not gonna have this big, beautiful tree that you are. Introduction to hope. All right, you guys got some sticky notes on your table. I would love for you to write down what does hope mean to you. And then underneath it, if you could put your county and your grade. That would be wonderful. The word. What is hope? Or organization, whatever. What does hope mean to you? Or when you hear the word hope, what do you think about? And if you would like, you can raise your hand. I'd love to hear from you, but if not, no worries. If that's not something you're comfortable with. If it's not something you're comfortable with sharing with the group, if you could just go take that sticky note and put it under the word hope up there, that would be wonderful. Anybody want to share? Sure, Trixie.
Hope is when you believe something can happen even in the darkest times, and when you don't think anything will.
Yes.
It's like, you know the saying when it's like, you see the light at the end of the tunnel? Like, you can always see, like, there's an out.
Yeah.
Like, you're not just trapped in it.
I love that. Yeah, so when you're done with hope, and on your little sticky note, if everybody will just kind of get up, shake it off, get those lights moving, and stick that note up there under where it says hope. It's right over here on the other side of this projector screen.
Doing that.
Yeah, and if you still want to share, share.
So hope to me is like a light or a beaming light that is there through both dark times and good times. Like it's a reminder that there's still something when it seems like there's
So, how does hope, does it feel good? When you say hope, does it feel good? I feel good when I say it. Like if I'm having a really bad day, and I just kind of say, oh, hope, I'm like, oh, okay. You can pull it in a little bit, because it does feel good. So hope is the bedrock of this nation, the belief that our destiny will not be written for us, but by us, by all those men and women who are not content to settle for the world as it is, who have the courage to make the world as it should be. President Barack Obama. Who here is happy with what this world looks like right now? Okay. Who here would like this world to change? Yes, there is a lot of anger out there, y'all. A lot of ideas that only bring hurt to people. But there's also a lot of hope. And there's a lot of hope in y'all. And our youth that are coming up. Y'all are our change makers. We tried. I don't know if we did so great at it. We're trying now. We're trying to come back and redo this. But y'all are our change makers, and that's big. You know? That's not, it's a lot of responsibility, but then it's not, because youth are hopeful. Very hopeful. And so I want you guys to remember, if there's anything that comes out of this today for you, is that you've got this. The youth are hopeful, y'all are change makers, and you want to see the change. So how do we get there? So, positive experiences. We're all done talking about that negative crap, y'all. We're going to move on. Positive experiences. They promote children and youth's health and well-being. They allow children and youth to form strong relationships and connections. Who here plays sports? What does it feel like to be part of a team? Or who here's in a band? Or who here is, what else do they have in high school?
Saga Club.
Saga Club.
Theater Club.
Theater Club. Who here is part of the group? Let's just put it that way. That you have like-minded people, you're playing sports, you're doing theater, you're playing a band. How does that make you feel, y'all?
Good.
Well, can we get something more than good?
Well, knowing if good, knowing that someone can support you.
Yeah.
Free.
Free.
I love that. Like it feels like you're accepted and supported.
Yeah. What about you in the back? What's your name?
Amelia.
Amelia?
I was gonna say, like, knowing that you worked with, like, a group of people and that you helped. Like, if you won a game, knowing that you took part in that.
Mm-hmm. That's awesome. Yeah. You feel like you belong. You know, there's something with belonging to something. I felt like in the fact that you have to do something twice. It's like it's one of those things that you can't really even put into words. Feel it, so you feel a sense of belonging. Positive helps to cultivate positive self-image and self-worth. Y'all, I don't know how y'all do it. If I had TikTok and Instagram back in the day, that would be hard. It's hard. It's hard to compare yourself to other people all the time. And it's hard when people try to compare themselves to you. Just because y'all want some. I got so much of it. And then it builds skills that promote resilience. Remember how we were talking about how hard resilience can be? Not how hard it is, but that it takes time to learn how to be resilient. Well, this is what we can focus on. how can we build these coping skills to not only change the world, but to increase the goodness and the kindness in this world? But yet, we tend to focus on negative. It's so hard, it's hard. It's hard to change that type of thinking. It's hard to go from the negative to the positive. And it's really hard not to look at people because of their trauma, because of their challenges. But again, that's what I'm asking y'all to do today, is to switch that thinking up and to start looking at people because of their strengths. Your community strengths, your school strength. Everybody's got strength, whether you like it or not. You know, you might not like school, but there's some strength in it. And so to be able to not only define people by their strengths, but also to be able to teach other people how to do that. That's important. All right. So it also allows us to, who here can provide me what unbiased is? Let's break this word down. Trixie, what's up?
Unbiased is like, so, I don't know how to put this, like, let's say a newspaper, like an article, like, it kind of like an opinion on it. Like, I don't like this and stuff like that, and that's biased kind of, because, like, that's only how you feel, and not like everyone, like, how other people feel and stuff like that. So unbiased is when, like, you're not biased, you care, sort of care what other people think, and then looking at other people's minds.
Yeah, so it's unbiased, coming in without an opinion. That's a good way to put it. That's probably one that, the other group said the same thing, not having an opinion, and I love that, because it's so simple. You know, a big word, and we just brought it down to something simple.
So a bias is like an attitude towards someone, a person, a group, just something in general that is based off of an opinion, whether that opinion comes from experiences or stories or something you heard. It's based off it's an attitude towards something based off an opinion.
Empathetic. Who can give that one? Anybody? Trixie, I love it. But I'm gonna see if we can get anybody else in here. Well, let's see if we can find anybody. Yes.
Like you can walk in other people's shoes, you can understand what they're going through and feeling.
Yeah. So like sympathy is you feel for that person. Empathy is you feel it. You feel for that person. You might not have ever been what they've been through. And you never should try to put yourself in that position, but you can feel it. So unbiased, empathetic care. You come in without the opinion and you put yourself in a position where you can actually feel for that person, and that's where you come from. You keep your actions free from unfair blame or judgment. Man, being judged is hard. That's why I always tell my 14-year-old, I'm like, we're not going to be judgy today. It's just kind of so innate, but it's hurtful. Build trust between youth, communities, and adults, and then help families and communities use their strengths to increase their well-being. Remember, we're looking at your strengths, not your challenges. It's so much easier to find people by their challenges. All right, remember all that data I said we had to talk about? We're going to go right through this real fast. So ACEs was in the late 1990s. I don't know about some of y'all adults, but those were good years. 20 years later, we didn't even start to think about, it took 20 years before we started to think about positive childhood experiences. So what they did is in Wisconsin, behavioral risk factor surveillance system. How many of y'all have ever taken any type of, I don't call it test, but any type of survey, thank you, that asks, how are you sleeping? Are you using drugs, alcohol? So what else do they ask on those surveys? What's your mental health like right now? Have y'all taken that before? Yeah. All right, so that's what we call the youth behavioral risk factors surveys. It doesn't matter. So you guys take one, okay? They give it to you at the school, but also adults take one as well. So for the longest time, they only had adverse childhood experiences in there. And they're like, hey, why don't we throw in these positive childhood experiences and pull that data together and see what happens? And that's what they did. So I'm going to ask y'all to read this to me so I can take, this is why I'm not a professor. All right, who would like to read number one?
Feeling able to talk to your family about feelings.
Feel like you have your family to talk to about feelings. Number two.
feel your family stood by you during difficult times?
Number 3. And shout it out.
I can read them off for you, Joe.
Okay,
You want me? I'll read them all. So 3, how many people enjoy participating in community traditions? How many feel a sense of belonging in, I'm just gonna say school, feel supported by friends, have at least 2 non-parent adults who took a genuine interest in you. So aside from your parents, you have a teacher, a coach, a bus driver, the lady at Ingalls, whoever, that really take an interest in you. And how many feel safe and protected by an adult in your home? So again, it can be grandparent, guardian, mom, big sister.
So when I look at this, I see community, I see belonging. There's that belonging word again. I see friends, I see support, I see protected. Again, these are all just such positive words, and that's what we're looking for, is if you have these in your life, what does that do when you have this trauma as well? And again, this is adults, y'all. They haven't come out with the youth information yet. But surprise, surprise, the more positive things that you have in your life as a child and youth, the better off your mental health is going to be, even if you had those trauma experiences. Even if you have these high ACE scores, if you have these really great things in your life, you're going to do okay. Okay? They are associated with higher educational attainment and income. We like to make money. So if we push stuff, positive stuff out into this world, into this community, we're more likely to make money. We're more likely to go on and do the things that we want to do, whether that looks like a master's, bachelor's, if you want to get your welding, be a chef. You have the support to do that when we have these positive things going on in our communities. Lower substance use. Less alcohol, less cigarette smoking, less use of illicit drugs. More positive things we have going on. The more that all those feelings that we're searching for using substances, we don't need that. We can focus on having this positive community and these positive ideas and ways of being. And then, like I said, lower rates of depression. Again, you can have these really high ACE scores and these really awful things that might have happened to you as a child, but when you've got the community behind you, and you've got your friends, and you've got adults, and you feel like you belong, that evens it out almost. It actually calls what they say mitigates it. So.
Can I add something to that?
Yeah.
So when I think about this, I think about like our grandparents, our great-grandparents. They went through World War II and the Depression and Vietnam and, you know, all of these things that are potentially really big things, you know, really bad stuff. And they, you know, were really resilient. And I often wonder, especially when I was going through these trauma trainings in the beginning, how did they do it? What was different about them? You know, were they just made differently? I don't know. But I think it really is these positive childhood experiences because they were in communities that were much more connected than our community now. You know, whether it's the church ladies circle or, you know, baseball or like Little League or, you know, whatever, small towns and communities were really there to help each other. You know, if a natural disaster came along, everybody, you know, pitched in and built you a new house or, you know, brought you a pound cake when your grandma dies or whatever. You know, it's something where communities had that togetherness and that connectedness that I think really protected them a lot more than we have now.
This is hysterically nice because my example, and it's going to come up later, is like, remember on American Idol when it was like, well, my mama used to get beat by my daddy and I had to go in my room and I played the guitar and I had a music teacher that every month would take me over to, you know, take a lesson. And it's like, you know what, coming from all that violence in the home, you had that one adult that would take you for your music lesson, develop that passion that then put you on stage, you know, and that was your passion. But Chelsea has this wonderful example of our grandparents, and I just came up with American Idol. But, you know, but I think it is, you know, it's just finding that thing that is kind of your passion and that person to support it.
And it really doesn't matter what that thing is. You know, it can be, remember with American Idol and things like that, how connected we all felt when we would talk about it the next day, you know, or like,
You'd
Did you see
report
that
them.
so-and-so won and everybody was loving, that sense of connection based on a TV show or, something simple like that. It's definitely real.
It'll come up later in the building.
And that's what, when you look at survivors of the Holocaust, or survivors, prisoner of war, one of the main things, and I feel like it's just across the board, one of the main things they say that what helped got them through that just horrendous time was the idea of hope. The idea that they could have something better than that. And that idea of hope, when it's ingrained in you, it sticks with you, it gives you a chance to just be hopeful, to look and see that there could be a better situation, a better outcome. It also improves adolescent outcomes. Again, there's that word outcome. Improved mental health, better academic skills. When you feel like you belong and you feel like you're connected with something, you are more likely to feel better about yourself. You're more likely to be able to focus. I know that having ADHD, and when I'm doing academic stuff, if I'm not completely focused, and there's no way it happens, if I've got like just crazy stuff happening on in my life, there's no way I can pull that focus in. So being able to center that and be able to focus on the positive instead of all those crazy things happening in your life will increase your academics, y'all. Oh shoot, remember that number 4? So that's kind of like that line where if you have ACEs 4 and higher, and I think mine's a 5, then you're more likely, everything triples, it doubles, as far as depression and health goes. PACEs reduces that. So to have these positive things again in your life, no matter what that ACE score, if you've got more PACEs, it's going to decrease the likelihood that you will deal with depression, mental health, and physical health. Research indicates that the absence of PCEs, or positive childhood experiences, may be more damaging to long-term health outcomes than the presence of adverse childhood experiences. That's huge, because that basically just takes everything that we thought about childhood trauma and just kind of tosses it out. So if that's the case, then why don't we focus on how to make this more positive, more community, more connected? All right. So we're going to get up a little bit, and we're going to go through these 4 building blocks. So the main part of this framework is these 4 building blocks, and it focuses on relationships. Is going to be the first one, okay? And this is where I really want to hear from you all. So like I said, y'all are some of the first to ever go through this as youth. We don't have the information that we're hoping to have right now. Well, we don't have the information of how youth view this type of framework and this idea of focusing on the positive than a negative. So we've got sheets over here, and I've got little sticky notes. And so these will be up until Thursday. I'm here until Thursday. And if at any point in time, like if you don't have anything now, no big deal. At any point in time you're like, oh, this is gonna change the world. I want you to write it down on a sticky note. I want you to come up here and just post it onto one of these sheets, okay? Relationships. So when we're looking at positive childhood experiences and relationships, we're looking at how children and adults, and this can be your guardian, this can be someone from your church, school, teacher, what does that look like through interpersonal activities? So I'm going to have Vanessa provide her example, because she does really great with this stuff.
Relationships?
Yes.
Sorry, I was reading my youth message. Okay, so this one's pretty easy because it's relationships with children and adults. So I think, many of you have heard having at least one adult outside of your family that you can talk to, that you care about, that cares about you, is significant in your long-term mental health and progress. And then relationships with peers. So did you ask them, sorry Jess, I was reading somebody's message, but did you ask them to come up with their own examples of?
Yeah, so if you're looking at someone that isn't your direct guardian, whether that's mother, father, grandfather, or someone that lives outside the home, who is an adult that you have a positive, meaning relationship with?
Gotcha, sorry, I dropped the ball there. But I had one youth that said their history teacher in 7th grade, and it was somebody that was their mentor, they found their passion, he wants to go into politics, actually. You know, and I was like, why do you want to go into politics? But it was that one 7th grade teacher that he stayed in touch with Clearfield College. So that was one example. Sorry, go back.
No. If you could write that down, that would be great, because I think what we're trying to see is who are y'all connecting with? Like, who do we need more of in this world? Who has tried to go to their school counselor and has not been able to see them? Who's trying to go to their social worker and has not been able to see them? So maybe we need more of that. Maybe youth and schools need more counselors, more social workers, so that you guys have the ability to go and see them when you need to see them. Or maybe there's someone else at the school, or maybe there's someone else in your life. So write that down.
One thing somebody said in our last group that I loved was somebody who's been through something like I have. So if you are somebody who self-injures and you go to somebody that you know had that experience themselves, or somebody who's experienced homelessness, and you know there's an adult in your circle that also was homeless at one time, I think support group. Huh?
We have our child and youth support group that really connected on level. Knowing it all. Yeah, and even with the, it's important to think about it too, broader. Talking about someone who's like me, someone who understands what I've been through. It could be somebody that you meet online, that you're friends with in a different online chat or support group. It could be, somebody like that. It doesn't have to be somebody that you're spending time with in person.
And if you're, our grants serve smaller counties, smaller communities. Wilkes is actually one of the bigger ones. So, if you are, and Maria was saying, if you're somebody who identifies LGBTQ+, and you're the only person in your school that finding that circle of support, like Tressie said, might be going into a bigger area, going online, finding your resources, finding your people. It takes effort.
So when you have that person down, if you could come and put it on the relationships over here, jump for a second around a little wiggle. Yeah.
An adult outside of your
Or if you can't think of anybody now, but think of someone there.
Big Wayne.
Oh yeah, even another friend's parent. That's called coach mom.
It's under relationships. And then there's only a few minutes left, we're gonna go. This is a big one to me. Every human should have the ability for a safe, equitable, stable environment. I don't think there should be any ands, ifs, or buts with this, but there are. So how do we provide that? How do we make sure that every community, every child, every youth has access to a safe, stable, equitable environment? Does that look like changing the way we think? Does it implicit biases? Does it look like putting in community centers so that kids have a safe place to go? Any ideas, any goals? I don't know if y'all got anything for this one either.
I've got stuff, man. I mean, it means fighting for legislation to take weapons away from children. It means, trying to support people who have substance abuse issues, not penalize them, but putting those supports in place so that they can recover.
Increasing the foster care system.
Yeah, the supports for families so that kids aren't taken from their homes. Oh gosh.
It could also be on a small scale.
That's what I was thinking, yeah.
We're talking about some big policy change issues and things like that, but it can be telling your friend they can come to your house if they need to. Like, if you're going through something or you need a place to come and crash, come to my house.
Mm-hmm.
Like, giving somebody a physical space, or, I think of my kids. I have a 12-year-old, and he's got a tree house out in the woods that all the kids in the neighborhood, come and hang out in that. It's a safe space. I don't know structurally if it's all that safe, but it's a safe place for the kids to come and just be themselves.
I also think it takes being brave. I've had more than one youth say, my friend told me in confidence that she is being abused at home. I can't share that because it was in confidence. So offer that safe space. You can come to my house, like Tressie said, be brave and just say this is happening, talk to your parents and say we need help.
So, you have any ideas. If you really feel passionate about something that you believe makes a safe, equitable, stable environment, not only for you, but for children and youth, write that down for us, please. And there is an environment one right over here, right next to relationship.
Our kids gave presentations to teachers on how to make their classrooms more equitable and safe.
Oh, I love that.
Our club created 10 slides about how to do that for kids.
That's awesome. I feel like that relates to that quote about, be the change you want to see in the world.
Okay. As y'all are going through that, I'm gonna eat my chocolate. Sorry, not very professional, but sometimes you gotta have it.
Take care of yourself.
Engagement. Social and civic engagement to develop a sense of belonging and connectedness. So I live, like I said, I live in Asheville. And Asheville's a very diverse place. And you can see that when you go to the high school, but what you don't see is a diverse staff. So you don't have staff that looks like our Russian population. You don't have staff that looks like our African American population. You don't even have staff that looks like our trans population. What would that look like for you, or how would that make you feel if when you needed that support, you were able to go to someone that looked like you, or had been through the things that they had been through? I think that's huge. That's got community written all over it. So that's kind of what we're looking at for this engagement piece. What can we do to increase belonging and connectiveness in our communities? I also said, I don't know if y'all do this, but my neighborhood does a block party. Do y'all say when they do that? Man, that's a dying neighborhood. So my neighborhood actually has.
Say, what's that? You got to explain what a block party is.
We do. Everybody brings a side dish, and we sit around the fire and we connect. Music's big in Asheville, so someone usually brings their guitar, acts like they know how to play it. You know how that goes. 4th of July, I provide the fireworks. I do love watching things blow up, but it's a block party. We bring people in. We bring that community, that belonging, that connectedness, and obviously that's missing out there. So what else? Who's going to do the mural tomorrow? Who's going to go do the painting? That's another way to bring in belonging and connectedness. To be able to see, like when you go up somewhere downtown or into one of your towns and you're like, man, I did that. I was a part of that. And that's going to be there until someone else paints over it at some point in time. That's huge. You know, that feels good. So any ideas would be greatly appreciated.
Who's like going with us to do the mural?
Oh, I don't know about that. That's out of my pay range.
Adults will be going.
Yeah, there'll be someone there with you. We're not just gonna like send you down there, but.
So one thing, like, because we talked about this in the last group, is it's kind of the defaults are you in theater, are you in sports, are you in FFA, all of the clubs. But there's a lot of people who aren't. So finding what your interest and your passion is. I mentioned in the other group, my son has special needs. And he didn't fit into anything they had at school, but he liked animals, so we went and volunteered at the Humane Society. So then he found like-minded people, at the Humane Society who also like walking dogs, that kind of thing. So civic engagement doesn't have to be like huge. It can just be being part of something that is, bigger than just your family or your school, those kinds of things. It certainly can be bigger, but it doesn't have to be. It can be cleaning up a park. It can be, those kinds of things.
Volunteering. They have what they call these blue zones. There's only one that exists in America, but blue zones are these places where generations live the longest. So the longest of centurions, which is 100 years and older. And one of the things they found was that these populations and these groups, they volunteer. They give back to their community. They also walk really well. They walk a lot and they eat really well. But there is that sense of belonging, that sense of giving back, and that they're showing impacts longevity of life. So volunteering is a big one too. So There's engagement up there next to my trusty relationship and emotional growth. If you've got something for that one, it's a little harder. Go ahead and put it on up there. Like I said, it'll be there. All right, and then our last one, emotional growth. Stigma. Who can tell me what stigma means? In a very... So stigma, like if I say an anti-stigma campaign, when we're talking about mental health, what do you guys think I mean by that? Breaking those stereotypes, breaking those barriers, saying that, hey, it's okay to be emotional. We're all emotional. We all have feelings, and that is okay. And sometimes we have to learn how to express those feelings appropriately, and that's where adults come in. Adults need to be teaching y'all, children, all the way up through 18 till your brain gets done developing. We need to be a better role model for how to appropriately utilize our feelings, how to identify them, how to build coping skills around them, and how to express them. So this one's a little bit harder for youth because I feel like this has a lot to kind of do with adults. Like, how do we as adults teach y'all that emotions are okay and that self-awareness and self-regulation are what we're trying to... Adults, help me out.
I think
This is one I struggle with too.
Yeah, I think a lot of it starts early with, some of you are babysat or have younger siblings or cousins, helping them identify what they're feeling. So it's not like, oh, you're not mad. Are you feeling mad, or are you embarrassed, or are you feeling weak, or are you feeling scared? So starting with young kids, identifying what they're feeling, and then helping them navigate that and work that out. Y'all have probably heard of, I want to say y'all, did you hear that? But, conflict resolution. You've probably heard, oh, we need to work on conflict resolution. But you don't just say you need to work on that, you have to teach those skills. So how do you gain empathy for somebody that you might not have the same experience as? Or how do you see things from different perspectives? So I think a lot of that does have to do with not just adults teaching kids, but older peers, demonstrating and modeling for younger peers, That's what I see it as.
I think we were talking earlier about also being able to tell the difference between emotional crisis and like being able to identify when is it a crisis versus when is it something like a bump in the road that we got to get through. And I don't think we talk enough about that and like help. I mean, you guys could tell me if I'm wrong, but helping kids navigate that, like, is this crisis, is this something we need to go see a mental health professional for, or is this something we can apply some coping strategies or figure something out to get through? I think that's an important part of growing up and developing emotional awareness.
Just so you know, there's 2 minutes before they open the door.
So, yeah, I mean, our kids are struggling, especially our littles, man. They have no idea how to express their emotions, and it's just coming out as rage right now. So it's our job, the older we get, to be able to show these babies and to show these children, one, what emotions are, two, that they're okay, and how we can appropriately express them.
Maya Cook, and she's a certified prevention specialist working in the field of health promotion and substance abuse prevention. And she's the project director of the Underage Alcohol Use Training and Technical Assistance Center and the North Carolina Preventing Underage Drinking Initiative both at the University of North Carolina at Greensboro. And Maya lives in Charlotte, but she works with youth from all across the state, helping them to build their knowledge, skills, confidence as they work to prevent underage and excessive alcohol use in their communities. So, over to you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Yay! Yay me! So of course they would pick this one to live stream where it's like everybody's tired. Fine. Anyway, I am Mina, and all of the things that she said and all those things are all just a fancy way of saying I work with communities that have decided, you know, we want to do something about underage drinking or excessive alcohol use in our community, and we need to know how. So that's basically what I do in a nutshell. So today we're going to talk about underage drinking, alcohol, and a particular activity that sometimes youth do called sticker shock. And so this is the third time, and the first two times we have not finished with all the slides. I just want to let you know ahead of time. All of the materials on how to do this, you will get. So they're all in a Google Drive folder. There's all of these slides. There's a lesson plan that when you go back to your community, if you want to work with your adult advisors to teach other youth and volunteers about how to do this, there's a lesson plan. There's a checklist that says, okay, if we're going to do this, we need to make sure we do, you know, it's like a to-do list of all the things you need to do. And then there's also a sheet in there around some talking points, which we'll get to. So even if we don't finish today, you're going to walk away with all the stuff that you need in order to hopefully be able to do this. We're going to spend some time talking about the why we do this. And why it's important and why people should care, and not so much about like, well, how do I put the sticker on the bottle, or right? Because those are the easier things. If you don't understand, if you have a good understanding of kind of why we're doing what we're doing, then it makes the rest of it hard, right? It's what's the difference between going in just as a volunteer, extra set of hands to do something versus being a true advocate for change. So, okay, first thing is I'm going to tell you to do something that usually people tell you to put your phone away, but I need you to take your phone out. And I want you to find an image on your phone. So it might be in your picture roll, like or in your photo album, or it may be from the web, like a Google image search. I want you to find an image that represents either someone, something, or some place that's important to you, okay? So there's no right or wrong answer. It could be anything, from a specific person to a song or an activity that you like to do. But I want you to, whatever you choose, be prepared to share what it is and why it's important to you and what you think it says about you as a person that's important to you, right? Let me give you an example. And I'm not doing this activity just as an excuse to show off my puppy dogs, but I kind of am. And I'll tell you why in just a second. Okay. So first up here, this one right there, that's Maud. She is an Irish Wolfhound. She's a big girl. She's like 120 pounds and very tall. As you can see, on her second birthday, she was able to eat her own birthday cake off of the table that's this height. Yes?
Can it be, or like, an object that you're holding?
Yes. Yeah, sure. It can be actually something that you have on you. A great idea, and I should have thought of that. So, yeah. Yeah. Okay, and then we got Musa. Roscoe actually recently passed away from cancer. He was my three-legged pit bull, and he was the light of my life. But this guy over here doesn't have a name. He is up for adoption, and I know it's crazy.
or I don't need a third dog again, but it relates to who I am and why this is important. And dogs and pets and are important to me because it allows me to be kind for the sake of being kind without really expecting anything in return. I feel like it lets me make the world a better place and help these guys didn't have homes before me, so I can take care of them, make sure that they have what they need and live a safe and happy life. So that's important to me. That's the kind of person I want to be. And I think that relates to why I do this work, because, I don't know, trying to fix some of the mess that adults have created for us over the years, and do the best I can with it. So, anyway, that's mine. Did everybody have a chance to find something on the phone or on themselves or whatever it might be? Okay, so let's see. Let's see. Who can I pull from this table to go over there and share in a quick partner? You can come back though. Awesome, thank you. Okay, so pick somebody, find somebody here. Did I do that right? Two. Yeah, so there's 6 people here. So share with somebody here what you picked and why. You guys can share, and then you guys split. Okay. And then you can tell me.
Oh, they're my grandkids.
Aw, look at that.
They live in my home. They are my babies. But I tell them my babies all the time. I call them my short people because my brother tells me I can't keep calling them that forever. Between me and the 3 of them, they know they're my babies. But when I talk about them, I say they're my short people. Everything I do is focused around them. I said I used to have a life before I had grandkids.
I am not comparing your grandkids to my dogs, but I get.
But you get like I was very social. I did and now like I couldn't tell you the last time I got together with friends unless they have grandkids or kids also, because everywhere I go, everything I do when I vacation is asking them what do they want to do this year or whatever. I spend all my money on them.
So what does it say about you that you prioritize? I'm trying to reflect back what I heard you say. That you love it, but that you do prioritize on sacrifices, but that makes you happy too. So what is it about? What does that say about you?
I think that I'm in a place in my life now
That's fully your business.
Things for other people that are not as important. My daughter jokes that if they want to like she just jokes about a lot of campers, I could take them on trips. We flew to Canada from California last summer. And like now this summer they want to go take it. She's like, we all know you want because your teacher gives you everything you want. And so, but I'm in a place that and I could give them things. And that's comes through that. Yeah. She was in the military. She's trying PTSD and she's not so great with them, period. Like, she doesn't have any patience in general. So they stay with her. Not at the time. And this blonde that they know, like they see like they love mom, but they don't need something. Like if they come in the house and we're all sitting in there, they want to go visit with their comfort them or
That's a
whatever.
pretty cool thing to, yeah, I mean, to know that what it's one of the many things that are
And even if she she knows they're my priority.
Yeah.
Like,
Well, and then given the weight of what she's dealing with, it's nice to know that that's one most thing.
it's funny that she got remarried and this year she wanted them to stay with her and her husband. They like had a fit, and so it was going to be only like maybe 2 weeks, and then after that it's become more and more. So now they're back to living with me. So, but she needed to do that, and
yes,
it was hard, but we had to let her.
Yep.
And it was harder on them. That was the hardest part.
Yeah. Okay. Is there anybody who, you don't have to show us the picture because that would be, we can't see it from far away. Would anybody like to tell us about what they chose, who they chose, and why? Sure.
I chose basketball. Well, my basketball. It's this.
Oh, cool. That's a great picture.
And wait, I'm supposed to say why.
Yeah, why? So what is it about basketball?
Because I used to have like bad anger problems, and like once I started playing, it just like went away. Like my whole attitude just got better, and my life got better.
Yeah, no, that's actually really cool. You know, it's one of those questions, like, in the work that I do, people always ask me, like, well, what kind of activities could teens be doing instead of using alcohol, right? I can't answer that question, because I'm not you, right? And so, but it sounds like that's a perfect example of, right, of finding something that's important to you, that you love doing, that you can be successful in and be good at, and, like, and be happier, right? Like, very cool. Thank you for sharing that. Anybody else? You don't have to. It's the third class of the second day. I get it. Okay, you can move on. All right. But the reason I wanted you guys to think about this is when we talk about alcohol, it's not a subject that a lot of people really are interested in addressing because they have their own stuff with it. That either they've got somebody in the family who might drink too much, or because it gets so normalized, right? Like we see all the time, like people, you know, in order to have fun, every party involves alcohol for adults. So it's not something that typically people want to discuss. And you may find yourself in your advocacy work when you're talking about underage drinking, getting a lot of pushback from people, from young people as well as and especially from adults around you, thinking, it's a rite of passage, it's no big deal, everybody does it, I'd rather they drink at my house, right? All the things that adults say. And so you're gonna have moments where you need to reflect back on what makes you strong, what's important to you, why you're doing this work, why you wanna be an advocate, because people are gonna push you and challenge you, and try to get you to back down. And so I want you to always remember why you do what you do and what's important to you, okay? Because it's not always easy and for the faint of heart. So, okay. So before we get too far into this, I would like for you all to, again, we might have you guys join this group if that's okay. And there's some questions up there to help guide your brainstorming. You do not have to answer all of these, but what I do want you to do is have a discussion around at least a few of them, get through as many as you can. And then you will need to decide who at your table is willing to then kind of give a quick report out. It doesn't have to be anything long. If you want to write down some notes, you can, but it really is not that important. It's just to let us know maybe which one of the questions you picked and what you guys talked about. So there are a bunch of them up there. Again, you don't have to do them all. So running through them real quick. What do you already know? What are the facts that you might have heard about alcohol or underage drinking? Even if you're not sure, right? Sometimes we're not sure if it's completely the fact or just something we heard. But that would be one thing you could talk about. What are some myths that you might have heard that adults or youth have about underage drinking? Consequences of alcohol use, either of youth or adults.
the practices of the alcohol industry and how they impact youth. Things like developing new products that are like high in sugar to attract new drinkers, right? So those things that we know from our media or about how companies try to get new customers. Messages that we may get directly or indirectly from our parents and our friends, how those impact our decisions around alcohol. So that's what we see and hear them do. Who's responsible for preventing underage drinking, and where do young people get alcohol, right? So there's a whole host of things that you can pick a few and discuss and then report out, okay? Any questions? Yeah, all right, go forward and discuss. Do you guys mind coming over here and explaining them since we have a small group? You're welcome if you'd like to join.
I didn't know.
Oh, there's a group over there that's only 4, so if you don't mind, it would probably help improve them.
Consequences and responsibilities.
I am mad live stream people that they got our like 3rd sessions.
Then I'm not me.
What's the
media on the
But I feel like for at least that night that they bring them home and then talk about it. Sit down and have, a serious discussion about something themselves.
But if you hadn't already got the message from your parent that it was okay to call, would you necessarily call?
I mean, I think I personally would if I was put in that position. But then
who's
again,
responsible for preventing underage drinking?
Sure, you're not thinking straight, but I just wondered back to
The
the
parents.
messaging part,
Adults
your
in their life,
parent
I'm-
never said, if this happens, call me, I'll
Who's
come
responsible
get you,
for preventing
or
underage drinking?
whatever. But then,
Who's responsible
no,
for
I mean, I think
preventing?
well, as a parent.
That's the second one at the bottom.
Wait, so you are supposed to stop it?
Yeah.
Wondered if you
Yourself, you're supposed to stop it yourself.
call your parent unless y'all had to have that conversation.
Yeah.
And felt like Gordy, you were listening to adult, I might have the consequences, but it's safe.
That's like morally, just overall thinking.
I'd be straight up with
I
don't know what my thoughts are.
Exactly, and that's why I have like.
But morally, I think I would
I'm not,
rather be
like, if you do something, I'm not gonna just let you go out.
you know, have a
Sure,
safe
so
ride
you got to
home
run out.
than have the possibility of
You never know, anything could happen at any moment.
Absolutely. Or the
Alright, take about 1 minute to finish up.
Well,
Be sure you decided who's willing.
Well, the consequences of alcohol use.
For them, wanting like that to be some serious economic in that situation. Well, and the other thing is, free drinking, but what about if you're in a location where kids are drinking, and one of them are driving, how do you make that choice, like, if you don't drive, or whatever, you know, you don't have a permit, you can't drive after a certain time or whatever, then how do you make that decision?
Like when he got across the state,
Radicals or whatever the correct terminology is, but at the same time,
There's no doubt.
you know, it's about actually getting through it, so then I think it's a lot to think about. I like
oh yeah,
the
I
thought
asked my mom for
of that conversation happening.
And now it's
Like,
actually, I saw
had that conversation with your parents about it. You can, should,
I used to rich in
all those things. Do, and like I said, you're the one person are you gonna make the right decisions, you know, you can get in the car all the time, you can drive after they're drinking, and there's no way they don't know that it's not the right choice, so.
Alright, so, volunteer, who wants to go first? I know, it's so painful. And it's the end of the day. Did you guys be willing to go first? Okay, alright, so, what are some of the questions you guys talked about and thoughts that you have?
Who's responsible for preventing alcohol or underage drinking? I get that we said is they're like either the people they hang out with or like their parents, right? You know, like adults in their life. Try to show them like it's not good to get into habits.
Okay.
And most it's your own decision. Like you need to have that decision like talk to yourself to make sure it's the right decision or stuff like that.
Okay, so if I hear you correctly, you're saying it's more than just the young person, right? It's the people that support them in their life, whether that's their parents or other adults that they play a role. Okay, I agree. Any other thoughts? No? Okay. Okay. Yeah, there definitely, I don't want to tell you, like, this is hard research, right, because I can't quite remember it, but there is some research that shows that, that the younger you start, right, that the more likely you are to develop issues, right, whether that's addiction or other problem behaviors or alcohol. I did read that 97% of people who are adults with some sort of issues related to alcohol started before they were 21, right? So that doesn't mean that everybody who drinks underage is going to develop an issue, but those people who do, most of them started, we call that early onset, right? Like started really early. So the longer you can wait, the less likely to develop an issue. And a lot of that has to do with the way, you know, you all know that our brains develop well into your 20s. Yeah, and so any kind of you introduce something that can change the way your brain develops, it can definitely do things that increase your likelihood of addiction. So, yeah, it's always funny to me. There are a handful of adults that are like, we need to rate or lower the drinking age, right? Like 21 is too high. It used to be 18. We should go back to 18. It's like, no, if anything, we need to be raising the age that people can legally consume alcohol because of what we now know that we didn't know then. Anything else? Yeah.
So I honestly feel like if they were to raise age, maybe over or 25, because that's when your brain is fully developed, and so that it doesn't damage your brain while it's continuing to grow.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. Most definitely. So that would be an example of what like a youth advocacy group, that might be something that they wanted to like decide that, right, this is the issue that we're gonna learn a bunch of information about and we're gonna fight for and see if we can't make changes with it. So that would be a really good example of a policy issue, right, that youth advocates might take on. So maybe you'll be the one. All right, anything else from over here? No? Okay, all right, I appreciate it. The last two groups have been having everybody like do applause, but that seems, in such a small group, it seems like, can we do it anyway? I mean, I don't know, it feels good when people applaud. Yay, thank you, I appreciate it. I recognize that everybody's tired, so, all right, how about over here? What did you guys talk about?
We mainly talked about the consequences of alcohol use, as well as who's responsible for preventing it.
Okay.
As well as some of the moral and some of the trickier things to think about. With the consequences of alcohol use, not only is it, affecting it's impairing your ability to think, which that can cause you to create an accident, hurt someone else,
right,
hurt yourself, or even kill someone if you decided to get behind the wheel. And on the topic of getting behind the wheel, we also talked about parents who told their kids, if you ever go partying and drink, just call me and you won't get in trouble and I'll just come pick you up. But I feel like that in a way is almost encouraging it to happen.
Yeah.
So I feel like as parents, you should always be willing to go pick your child up when they're in a possible dangerous situation, but they shouldn't encourage it, and there should be consequences on the parents enforced.
Yeah, that's one of the hardest things, right? Like, I mean, this definitely is a part of the work that I do. I encourage adults to have conversations with their kids. And that's one of the struggles, right? How do you create, as an adult, how do you create a place where your kid knows that they can trust you, that they can confide in you, and not keep secrets if they, right? But without, sort of making it seem like, oh, it's no big deal. Yeah, I mean, that's a complex issue. I don't have an answer for that. There's definitely some balance there, right, of how you do that.
We're talking about, at least those conversations in advance, because I was asking them, if you had never had that conversation with your parent, would you be comfortable calling them if you got into that position? But at the same time, like you just said, if you are having those conversations as a parent, I feel like that would be a very hard place to be. Like, I want to say, no, you shouldn't do this, but if you do, well, that's almost feels like very double standard, like it's wrong to drink and drive, you're not old enough, here's the reasons why, but if you're gonna do it, call me because I want you to be safe or whatever. And so how do you balance that? Or, how do you have those conversations in advance to make sure that you're protected and that everyone else, like she said, you're putting other people in danger also.
And I also, it's thinking about it as well, I feel like you could consider this a consequence. While you're sober and not impaired, you can think logically. And, in my mind, my first instinct would be, call my parents. But even if you did have those conversations, if you were impaired, could you think logically enough for your parents to be your first course of action?
Yeah.
And as well as calling your parents in the case where your ride was drunk, or you were at a party you weren't supposed to be at.
Right.
Well, you necessarily weren't drinking, but the person behind the wheel was.
Yeah.
And so this kind of plays into that territory as well.
You make the safe choice that could get you in trouble, or the dangerous choice where you hope your parents won't find out.
I know what I'd like for
right.
people to choose. Did you want to add something?
Yeah, I think parents, they just don't want their kids to I taught you that and you just keep repeatedly doing it, then I guess you're gonna have to learn the hard way.
Yeah, I mean, none of this is easy, right? Like, I think that's why some parents choose just to, like, la, 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 right? Like, because it's not an easy thing to navigate. Any other conversation over here related to any other questions?
I think we agree with what they said as far as the who's responsible, yourself, but your parents, or I don't know what the question is. It's not responsible. It was responsible,
right?
okay.
Like who's,
Your parents,
whose
your
problem
friends.
is it to solve,
Right.
basically, so.
It's really all of ours.
So everybody's responsibility is what I'm hearing you say, yeah. Did anybody talk about where people get alcohol?
Oh, yeah.
Where you guys did?
A little bit like 2 sentences worth, but families and friends.
Okay.
That's my stuff.
Okay. Yeah.
Also, I actually know a person, well, not my best friend, well, she was, but,
I know a person who knows the person who
Okay.
alcohol. Is that what you're gonna tell me?
Yeah, she was telling me how it was so easy to get alcohol in Wilkes County because all she had to go and do was go to a liquor store and then just ask them to give it to her, and they'd give it to her without checking her ID.
Yeah, and people like adults, like at this point, they just don't be caring. As long as they get money, they don't care. Like they'll buy it and then like they'll sell it. That's what they do with like smoking and vapes too. Like they just sell it because they might not do it, but they still entertaining it and selling it.
Yeah, I mean, so all of those are correct answers, right? There's no single place where youth access alcohol. I mean, sometimes we divide it into what we call social access and retail access, right? So retail is when you go to the store, you buy it, you steal it, right? Like, people aren't checking IDs, like, so there are certain things that we can do to try to limit retail access. And then there's social access, getting it from an older sibling or a friend, somebody older than you, like buying it for you. And the number one place actually that youth report getting alcohol is from home, right? Without parents knowing about it. Like 2 out of 3 youth on surveys say it would be easy or fairly easy to take alcohol from home or home of a friend or a relative without anybody being wiser. So that's a whole different set of like strategies and interventions that you guys can like focus on, and if you choose to kind of go this direction, right? Is like, how do we change the home environment and get adults to do a better job of walking up their alcohol like they might their prescription drugs, right? That's something most people are common with. But again, start talking to adults about walking up their beer and wine at home. It's good. It's good because you guys are gonna have the skills and the knowledge and the confidence to push back.
The harder one is the parents who would rather their child try it at home.
And that's a whole other thing.
They're allowing
right?
underage drinking in their home, so they may make that choice for their child, but then other people are there and they're making that choice for other people's kids also.
Yeah, and that's a whole that's a whole nother one, right? So I bring all of that up though, is because that's going to impact what you do with sticker shock. Should you decide to do it, right? So those stickers can say anything. It can focus on reminding the merchant, like the clerk at the convenience store, to check ID. So it may have something that sort of like triggers that for them, like, oh yeah, this product can't be sold to somebody who's under 21. So that might be your message, and that's the policy, right, that you're trying to impact. It may be that you want to remind parents that it's really, that kids report that it's easy to get alcohol at home, right? So maybe that's the message of your sticker. So it doesn't have to be one thing, but that's one of the things that you're going to do when you go back, should you decide to do this activity, is as a group or whoever you're working with, is decide, what is our message? What is it what behavior do we want to change? What policy or procedure, right? Like, what role do we want to impact? And then think of the stickers as like like little tiny billboards that there's a group of 8 or so students can, in an afternoon, like create hundreds of bottles and packages that have those warnings or those educational messages on them, and they go home, like directly home with people. So it's a good, so think of it like kind of like a media campaign, like you might be posting on social media, right? Anyway, anything else that you guys wanted to, again, I know we're not going to get done, but is there anything like burning issue question about related to any of these? No? Okay. All right, moving along. Maybe. There we go. Okay, this is a quote that, regardless of who I talk to, I almost always bring this up. So it's attributed to somebody named Lori Lieber. I think that's how you pronounce her name. And it says, holding young people solely responsible for underage drinking is like holding fish responsible for dying in a polluted stream. So what does that mean to you?
Their fault. It's the people that surround them who do that.
Yeah, I mean, like, obviously, you make your own decisions, right? And so you play some responsibility in it, but it's all the things around you, right? It's all the people in your life, the rules, like where alcohol is sold, how easily accessible it is, like all of those things impact whether or not you, a young person is going to choose to drink or not. And so if you guys walk away from this conference remembering one thing for me is that I want you to hold adults accountable and they don't get a pass, right? Like the answer is not, well, that young person knew better. They shouldn't be drinking, or right? Like, because it's not totally on the young person. The adults have created the environment in which young people live, and so we owe it to them to make sure it's healthy and a safe one. So, anyway, but I say all that to say it's going to be your advocacy, your activism, as you continue to move towards becoming leaders in this world, that really is going to change and make things better. So good luck with that. All right. Okay, so here's the basics, so very basics about what is sticker shock. Okay, so it's an activity where you go into a store and you place these educational stickers. Sometimes they're not even stickers, sometimes they're like little hang tags like you would hang on a doorknob if they go on top of bottles. That on alcoholic products that are in the store. And it doesn't even sometimes have to be alcoholic products, right? Some youth groups have stickered pizza boxes during Super Bowl reminding, right, adults not to provide alcohol or to leave their alcohol accessible to young people. Others have put it on milk cartons, right? Because the idea that the easiest place for young people to get alcohol is where? Right next to the milk, because it's often right in the fridge, right? And the cabinets, exactly. So I say all of that to say it doesn't always have to be an alcoholic product, but typically it is. It's always done in partnership with and with permission of the store, right? Like we don't want to do, we're not like secretly like seeking through the aisles and like tagging, right? Like so, products. So it's not that kind of covert operation. It's actually a chance to build a relationship with and get support of your local business community. Plus, if you do it right, you're getting media coverage, and then that makes them look good, right? Because then they get to be like the cool business that cares about saving the world. So it should always be done as a part of a larger sort of effort, right? I mean, it's fine. You could go into a store, put some stickers on some bottles, and be done with it. But if you're doing it and thinking carefully about what that message is, and what other things you're doing to make it more of a movement versus just a one-time event, right? I think I already told this group, it's the difference between just volunteering, helping out an adult, right? Versus being a true leader and advocate. Let's see. We already talked about the message can be whatever, yeah, and to utilize local media. Okay, all right, we're gonna watch some video clips. We're gonna watch them back to back, they're pretty short, but I want you to be looking for some specific things in those clips. Feel free to take a picture of it, because as I move this forward to get the videos, then these are gonna be gone. But, or just sort of try to remember. So what exactly is sticker shock? Like, how would you describe it in your own words after seeing some other people doing it? What are some of the different talking points that, and messages that you hear those young advocates, what they're trying to communicate? Where, look specifically at, like, where are they putting these stickers, and what do they look like? And what is the general demeanor, behavior of the youth advocates that you're talking about underage drinking? Like, are there any sort of like tips that you could, that you think might, or some things that you think might be intentional on their part? Okay? All right, everybody got it? All right. Maybe. There we go. All right, first one.
Underage drinking can be a very big problem.
But in tonight's Never Stop Party, a group of local teenagers have taken action to try and stop it before it starts. Asheville high school students are making it clear that these flavored alcoholic beverages they call alcohol pops are for adults only. It's all part of Project Sticker Shock with a partnership for substance-free youth in Buncombe County.
The group was out at the city stop on Biltmore Avenue today. The stickers are to remind adults not to buy alcohol pops for underage kids and to help store clerks better identify what is alcohol and what is not.
Those are specifically made to look like fruity drinks that teenagers can consume, and so people tend to take them less serious as if you buy a regular can of beer instead of a strawberry.
The students also thanked City Stop for showing their support in the fight against underage drinking.
This is just one project of many for students involved in internships this summer through the City of Asheville's Youth Leadership Academy. What a great idea.
For parents and other adults.
Most teens in DuPage County get their alcohol from adults. That sends a mixed message to teens, and that's the wrong message. The consequences of underage drinking last a lifetime. It may result in alcoholism, binge drinking, and serious health risks.
If you're an adult, don't provide alcohol to teens.
If you're underage, don't ask adults for alcohol and don't drink. Your health depends on this. Your health depends on this.
Your health depends on this.
Your health depends on this.
And the sound is messed up in this one. I don't know why.
Did you know that children who start drinking before they are 15 compared with those who wait until they're 21 are 12 times more likely to get hurt while being drunk? And not to mention the thousands of people who die every year from underage drinking crashes. You can help prevent that from happening. We're going to tell you how this morning. Here with me now is Jorge Gonzalez, program specialist for Mothers Against Drunk Driving, and two fine, upstanding young ladies. They are volunteers, Gabriela Garcia and Linda Ortiz. Good morning to all of you. Thank you for being here. For allowing us to be here. There's a campaign called Sticker Shock that you all are involved in right now. What is this? Usually we hear sticker shock and it's something we don't want, but now it is, right?
That newscaster
What we
tone
do
of
is we
voice
have
drives me
these
crazy.
stickers that say that providing alcohol for minors is illegal, and we just put them on beer cases at stores that'll allow us to put the stickers on the beer cases.
So you go into the stores, I think you've been doing it a lot at Smith's. What does it do to people when they see these? They go into the store, it really gives them a good reminder, doesn't it?
Yeah, it also makes them aware of the
Come back.
also it's good to make adults aware because it should encourage young people.
Jorge, you see this. We see it on the news, but it's a huge problem here in New Mexico. The idea of not just kids drinking when they're underage, but getting it from adults.
Right, and that's the big problem, is where they get it from. It's from adults, right? And it's usually someone close to them, a friend, family friend, someone in the family, neighbors, those things like that. And so that's to bring it awareness. So there's some consequences to that we provide to minors.
Well, what are those consequences?
Some of the consequences. So last year in the United States, 4,700 teenagers died.
4,700?
Correct.
Just teenagers, forget adults. 4,700 teenagers died from underage drinking.
Right, and that's completely preventable, right? And 32% of that alcohol-related crashes, but the other 68%, we think things like homicides, suicides, drowning. So a lot of things we need to consider and take care of our young people, and they're speaking up for that.
Melinda and Gabriella, there are a lot of things going on. I mean, you're teenagers. You're in school, you've got college and stuff to think about, jobs and everything else. Why get involved with this campaign?
Well, I got involved because it's a major issue in the community, and I wanted to make a difference. And I go to South Valley Academy, and so I'm a senior, and we have to do a project where we find a problem in the community and we try to fix it. So this is a problem that I chose to work on.
I enjoy doing this because it's fun and you're also healthy. I have an experience with drunk driving, so that really got me involved in especially I go to East Mountain High School, so we have community service hours that we have to fill each year, so it's
Can I ask you about your experience with drunk driving?
my father was killed in 2012.
Sorry about
All right, well, hopefully you do this, get the message out.
Thank
You
you.
start with teenagers and then it goes on as adults. I'm sorry to hear about it. It is completely, as you mentioned, Jorge, it's a very preventable problem that we have in this state and in this whole country.
And it's wonderful to see young people come out and represent their community and speak up for the rest of us.
They do need volunteers, teenagers, just like yourselves,
right?
Leaders in the community. How do they get involved with you?
Contact Matt. We're always looking for, we have other
All right.
Students from area high schools hit the aisles of Natural Grocers today with one task: take a stand against underage drinking. Each team came prepared with a roll of stickers to leave behind on products as a reminder to kids and parents of the dangers of youth drinking. The students who participated are part of the Burley Morton Behavioral Health Coalition Student Committee.
Our goal is to help bring awareness to different alcohol and tobacco facts and bring awareness to the Bismarck community. And we do a lot of campaigns to go out and just educate people in our community.
BMDHC reports 72% of teens get their alcohol for free. 57% sneak alcohol from their own homes. Students say it's important for parents to be aware of the issue.
I hope that parents are more aware of how much of a difference they have on their children for their futures, of drinking alcohol, using substances, and I hope that the parents will take these facts and statistics and show them to their children.
The kids say parents are the #1 reason why kids don't drink. They say this project gives them a voice to address the issue.
All right, we're gonna skip this next one. One of these clips is just a short, like a YouTube short from the Youth Coalition in Durham County, and it's showing how to put stickers in bottles, but for the sake of time, I'll skip it. All right, so thoughts? Did you hear anything from some of the questions I had you think about? Did you notice anything in these videos?
They put it on the milk, like you said.
Yeah. So they chose a different way, right? Like, so there are lots of ways to get the message out. It doesn't just have to be point of sale for alcohol, but oftentimes it is, because you know that the alcohol is in the firearms. Yeah. Any other thoughts?
It was made to just remind people that
one of the stickers, right, was focused on not buying, not purchasing for people who are under 21, and right, yeah. Those are some examples up on the screen of lots of different. I know it's hard to read probably because there's so many, but there's no right or wrong way. Like some of them were square, some of them are stop sign shaped, some of them, you know, like are circles. These are some other examples that are a little more complicated. I like aspects of all of these stickers. I'm not gonna lie, I don't like any of them. Like, some of them have way too much information on it, right? There's only so much somebody's gonna be able to comprehend and read. So.
Short.
Yeah, exactly.
No one's gonna read that big paragraph.
Exactly. So that's something that as you guys, right, maybe you're designing your own, moving forward, really thinking about like, how do we make this eye-catching, but also get our point across with the least amount of words, because some of these are a little out of control. Okay, time check. What time is it?
I think it's
what time? 4:22. So we have
8 minutes.
8 minutes. Oh wow, we're moving faster than we did last time. Okay, so again, how do you do sticker shock? There's 4 basic steps, right? And again, I mentioned before, you're gonna get all of this so that you can take it all back to your community, and if you decide that this is something you wanna do, you'll have all of the pieces to do that, okay? Again, we've talked about some of these. Deciding what you want your message to be, and to remember that this is just like any other piece of media, and to treat it that way. And we talked about less is more, and then you have your stickers or your hang tags or whatever. There was another video that showed a different type of hang tag. Kind of looks more like your name badges. But they were using those and attaching them to store shelves, right? So not on the product, but like below the product, they were leaving permanent tags that had messaging on them. So, anyway. There we go. Okay, so we've talked about this, but what do you guys have have you spent any time in your local communities talking about underage drinking, or is this kind of new information to you all?
School. Talk about it in school.
You talked about it in school? Are you guys part of any youth coalitions or clubs at your schools? Is that how you ended up at this conference? And is it something that within those groups that you talk about?
Necessarily, we don't have it connected to our school, but it's like an after school thing.
Okay. So it'd be interesting to see whether this is something that your group takes on, and if so, what kind of conversations you have about where you want to address use. Okay. Okay, and then as I mentioned in the overview, the next step is going to be contacting the stores. And so this isn't like a secret shopper, secret sticker sort of event, and making sure that they're cool with you coming. Not a lot of merchants will be, but if they start to see other stores getting media coverage, and getting being made to look like a good business in town, then they're much more likely to do it. So, but I think that the thing I want to make sure, and you're gonna have to let me know, have we talked about how to put the stickers on and why that's so important in this group? Okay, when you do 3 of these in a row, you don't remember who you told what to. All right, so story time. When we first started doing this back, I don't know, many years ago, so in North Carolina, you've got the people who make the alcohol, you've got the people who distribute it, which means get it from the people who make it to the warehouse to the stores that actually sell it, right? We call that our 3-tiered system, and there's lots of reasons why we do that. It increases, back in the day when they were like running rum and making their own like moonshine and stuff, a lot of people died because they made products that were not really meant to be consumed, right? And so that's why they decided when they made alcohol legal again, that they wanted to do this thing called the 3-tiered system. It protects people from bad products. So you make it, but you're not financially motivated to get it to the store. That allows the distributor, right, to make sure that there's a safety check that you've got good product, and then that person gets it to the store. Anyway, those distributors did not like that we were putting stickers on their products. And we're like, like, legally you can't do this. And so then we kind of had to fight that battle and say, are you sure you want to have a bunch of youth advocates show up and say to you, why don't you want us to prevent underage drinking, right? But the deal was that we had to be very careful about how we put stickers on. So it kind of, how you do this, if you decide to do it, has an impact on everybody else in North Carolina who wants to do this. So that's why it's important that you do it carefully, that they're all cattywampus and crooked and upside down, right? Like, and that you put it in a place that's not covered in barcode or